Sandra all the time is here with a cold heart true. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. Tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama, call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra. And
That's right, folks. Everyone is telling their mama about the cold hard truth. Welcome to another episode with more truth-telling, more problem-solving, and of course, more tea spilling than ever before. Sit back, students, grab your tea and turn up the volume because class is now in session. Call in at 936-2626 because your voice matters. Share your opinion on issues that matter the most to you.
Sandra all the time is here with a cold heart true. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. Tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama, call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra. And
All right, beautiful people. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Monday. Can you believe it? Almost in August. Yay, Leo season. Happy birthday to all the lions and lionesses out there. Yes, honey child, we got birthdays coming up. We're going to be having a good time in the month of August. I think more people are born in the month of August than any other month, to be honest. So lots of birthdays to celebrate. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. We got a lot to talk about as well. We get some guests coming on at 8 o'clock. Let me just see how everyone is doing. We're going to talk about that weekend fight. What a mess y'all are in. Oh, Lord, have mercy. I'm just waiting on the video here to be sent to me because, of course, our young people, so scandalous that we got to be bleeping out the profanity because, child, where's my water? They be wilding out in these streets when they ready. They be out here doing the most. I think I better not have any ice today because I'm feeling a little bit like congested. Yes, honey, chill. Okay. Well, give me 1 second. Yeah, starts. Okay. So, yes. Oh my God. Sorry. Sometimes I, honey child, get more information than I know what to do with. All right. So hope you guys had a good weekend. Big shout out to the community of Newlands and Savannah. They have been going through and having their park opening. So Mr. Panton, I think he's going to pop in on the show for a little bit tomorrow, in fact. So mark your calendars for that. He mentioned that they're actually doing 5 parks in total. So this weekend was the 3rd park, which is down by Newlands Dock. And then they're going to do Savannah, which is Pedro Castle. So that's Miss Heather. But, the two of them work as the 2 adjoining communities. They work very, very closely together. Then the next one, let me tell y'all where the next one's going to be, is going to be on the one in Pedro is going to be the 10th. So mark your calendars for that. And then the next one after that is going to be the 17th. And that one is down by Moonbeam and Democracy. So some of the parks were existing park spaces, like the one I think that's Moonbeam and Democracy, but he's actually putting in brand new equipment. So, normally parks are either the community themselves trying to upkeep them or the government. And I must say that in most instances, unfortunately, neither one does an amazing job of it. So Mr. Panton has taken it upon himself to purchase all of this equipment. It's coming out of his own pocket from what independent sources have told me. You know what is so funny about Mr. Panton? Oh, Lord. Listen, sometimes you can be generous to fault and you gotta rein it in a little bit. Someone said to me that he did not even want to, because they were assisting him with bringing this stuff in. And they said to him, oh, this is for the community. This is a part. You should apply to get it, get the duty waived, because it's not like you're bringing it in for yourself. He didn't even want to do that, my dear. He was like, no, he'll just pay for it. And they're like, it's a community project. Like, seriously. So anyway, so he's, redone the playground equipment. The one down Savannah is going to be additional. They're going to put in like cabanas and other stuff as well. So, yes. Oh, somebody's calling me early this morning. Let's see. Oh, okay. Didn't even get to answer it. 936-2626 is the actual show number. So congratulations again. Some of the kids came out on Saturday. We've got a video that we'll load up so that you guys can check that out. And it's a good time, little refreshments and people got to chat. I used to live, that was my constituency for donkey years. And so I am obviously no longer in Newlands, but not far. I'm the Lower Valley area, which now puts me in the voting district of Town, whatever the fruitcake man is. Town East or Town West? I guess we're West. Anyway, so I have real love for the Newlands area. So big shout out to them. And in fact, that area down by the dock, I used to walk from where I lived in Rackley down there all the time with my dogs. And because the water there is not as deep, sometimes even little Coco, she used to like to go swimming and playing in the water and picking up rocks and that sort of thing. So it's a really nice area. And I know they've done a bit more since in more recent times with the boats being able to dock and stuff in that area for people who have boats. So the park looks nice, and I appreciate what he's doing for the children because they need more outdoor spaces. I had said something about green spaces, and somebody's like, "Oh, is it really a green space? Because I don't see the grass." I'm like, listen, obviously, because he's probably gonna have to end up maintaining it. He's probably thinking, well, how do we make it user friendly, but at the same time, low maintenance. He was talking about a gentleman who goes out there and picks up garbage all the time down by the dock, like daily, because y'all don't know how to use a garbage bin apparently, or garbage bags. So yeah, it's like more of a marl finish. But like I said, I know they're going to put in cabanas where you can probably have like little birthday parties and other stuff as well. They've done a really nice fencing around the park, which I thought was really awesome also. So, all right. So we're going to talk about the REGEN project after our guests come in about Honduras. So we're going to try to clarify that situation. It's really important that we get some clarity around it because there's a lot of misinformation out there. And I saw some of you jumping on the, oh yeah, Kathy for Premier bandwagon. And you guys are so misinformed. But I hope to give you some information this morning that allows you to have a more balanced position on this because the government has made a huge mistake and it's as simple as that. So what they say, throwing out the baby with the bathwater, that's exactly what they've done here. So we're going to talk about that and get into all the details. But first, let's get into our shining young people and see what they're up to, honey child. And we do have some footage from Swanky as well. Big shout out to Swanky. They've been doing their tour and performing at the Lowell Music Festival. Is that what it was called again? But anyway, we got about an hour's worth of footage, so you guys can go and have a look at that. Check that out. And you can see what our musicians have been up to. Yeah. All right. So congrats to them. They have been enjoying their USA East Coast tour. So good for them. So I need some water. I smelled plantains being fried this morning. Y'all know I love a plantain boy. So good morning to everyone. Looks like Miss Stacy forgot about me this morning with my little water. Lord have mercy. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Salva is here. Good morning. Good morning. So we've got Dee Dee in the house. Shamika, Aliano says, and what you mean, Commandants fighting the streets now all together, Mortal Kombat, Lord Jesus. Good morning, sir. Mr. Eddie joining us from the beautiful Philippines. Good morning to you, Marshall, Ingrid, Luis. Lavana is here. Paul from Bermuda, Miss Barbara G, Patricia G, Blake, Abby in the house, Kim and Kind, Olivia, Stephanie, Wee Damaris, Irvelyn, Emma, lots of familiar faces, and then some. Good morning, Miss Victoria, Angela. So nice to see you guys. All right. And Miss Gina. Look at Miss Gina. Iva. So I also want to extend our condolences to Miss Daisy and her family. There's been so many deaths recently. I got to tell you, it's difficult to even keep up. But Miss Daisy Cunningham and her siblings and all the family, we want to extend the condolences on the passage of her dad, who passed away on Saturday afternoon, going into Saturday evening. So, Miss Daisy, please accept our condolences from the CMR family. Oh, did I not first send the links to the channel? Give me 1 second here. Sorry, honey chair. Give me 1 second. Thank you for the reminder, Misha. Channel. Yes, there we go. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you. Now, if you haven't joined the channel yet, please do so. Especially those of you who are in the notification list. I know some of you are still a little bit confused about how to join a channel. So you can message me for the link and I'll send you the link directly. And it's really easy. You just click on that and then click on follow. And once you follow it, just remember that it doesn't show up in your regular messages from me anymore. You actually have to go on the bottom of the phone. And I think Samsung devices, let me check this one. I think Samsung is pretty much the same. You go to the bottom and it'll say updates. Yep. And then from there, you'll be able to see the updates. So, yes, ma'am. Come in, Stacy. No ice for me this morning, please. Sorry. Oh, yeah, I'm struggling with feeling a little bit congested today, so I'm going to ease up on the ice. I know Miss Facey is listening, and she's like, I keep telling you, Sandy, no ice. So yeah, so I think that, if you need the link, please just message me and I will send it directly to you. Okay? But get on the channel. We send you all the traffic updates, all the situations, whatever's happening, you'll be in the know. Okay. So on what day are we in now? Monday. So over the weekend, we got some information about a situation in Honduras with some visas. So we published something about that. It's a little bit confusing, and we're hoping to get some clarity directly from the people connected to that community. So just bear with me, and I am going to have them on about 8 o'clock this morning. All right. In the meantime, let me see here now if we can pull up this video. Come in relation to this weekend hoedown, throwdown. I don't know what this was. Combat. What did Aliana say? Mortal Kombat situation. Shall please. Y'all just be wilding out in these streets like you don't have any sense, and it's quite unfortunate because y'all making yourselves look bad. I'm gonna be honest with you. Y'all ain't making me look bad because I'm not out in the streets with you. And these are the Caymanians that I'm sorry, but I ain't claiming. All right, here we go. Cue video. Okay, so we got a video yesterday that was the first video, which you guys saw as posted, which was basically some women fighting a guy out in the streets. And I don't know who these young ladies are. One guy in a white shirt. I'm going to show y'all the initial first video, and I have to mute it, and then I'm going to show you a compilation video. Actually, let me do the compilation video and I'll explain to you, I think, what's going on. The thing is, we're gonna kind of do it in reverse order because now we got additional videos, right? So this is this. I don't know who this is. This young lady. You can see her being very aggressive with this guy pushing him, and then the other girl starts to gang up on him, and then they're like pulling on his hair. He's got Rasta, what do you call it, dreadlocks. And so, yeah, so they're having a real go at him. My understanding is they're fighting over him. So I guess they beat him up this time. So I don't really know, exactly what this fight is about. It's ridiculous, ladies. I did read some of the comments on Instagram. And I was also told by the CMR team that one of the young ladies, I don't know which one in the video, was like, "Oh, can you please take that down?" Blah blah blah. I was like, "Okay, no." So you can see this other guy trying to hold him off. These guys look like Jamaicans, and someone made the comment that they were really surprised that one of these guys didn't box one of them women down for attacking them. And listen, I don't ever advocate violence as the solution or answer to probably 97% of our issues, but I can certainly see where people are putting themselves in harm's way by engaging in this type of behavior. Because, quite frankly, you're asking for it. There's a man has a right to defend himself. Maybe in this instance, he didn't really feel like they were getting enough licks in. So, he didn't do anything about it. But what I can tell you is a lot of guys would not have tolerated this level of violence. So, young ladies, and I'm using the word ladies extremely loosely because I see how y'all out in these streets even dressing. And trust me when I tell you, it is not very ladylike at all. I mean, come on now, let's be honest. Y'all could do better with a couple of the how to be a lady courses and how to stay out of the streets. I keep telling y'all stay out of the streets. There's nothing good in these streets for you, to be honest. But I guess everybody has to go through their growing pains as young people. I don't know. And some of y'all just don't ever get out of that stage is the problem. So look at this one with her belly hanging out in bra and all kind of ting. I'm watching it over on this bigger screen over here. Hold on. On Instagram. Let me show you all the Instagram feed that I'm actually watching. You can kind of see it's a little bit bigger over here. But yeah, what a hot mess. Like seriously, one of the comments was like, "Oh, she lucky that it was him." And this is how a lot of you young ladies get yourselves in trouble. Because I mean, look, they were really attacking him, like pulling on his hair. I mean, look at that. Look here now. This is out of order. They look like animals. Can't be controlled. My God, what kind of thing is this? Really something. And this isn't funny. I see a couple people like who make the tequila and whatever. I mean, listen, none of this is funny because again, if this man had tried to defend himself and one of them got a good box, then all of a sudden, I mean, look at the woman pulling on his hair. Look at this one, Lord God, no sir, the bra showing everything. Sadly, if he had tried to defend himself, then all of a sudden he's the worst possible person in the world. So again, I don't know who these people are. Apparently one of them reached out and said that she was only defending herself. I sure hope not this one in the white, because I don't know what she's talking about. Said that she was only defending herself because he had hit her previously to this. So let me try and see if I can find this message, because I know y'all be lying to Auntie. Y'all be trying to lie to me, but y'all don't know that, honey child, I was not born yesterday. So this person said that wait a minute. Say what? Oh, hold on a second now. Hold on. Let me try and find the correct message. Y'all be claiming self-defense. Hold on. Oh my, yeah, okay. All right. So hold on one second. They were claiming that, I don't know, he supposedly hit them first. I don't know who the dread man is, but I somehow doubt that. And I'm going to tell you why y'all shouldn't be lying to me. So they made some comment that he hit her first and she was just defending herself. Now, if that were true, you have a right to obviously defend yourself. But if that isn't true, what you have here is actually assault. So everybody has an excuse once they get caught, I suspect, is really what's going on here. Everybody. All of a sudden, I'm trying to find these messages. I saw them this morning, but I get so many messages. So all of a sudden, it was a case of, oh, Miss Sandy, he hit me and I was just defending myself. Can you please take the video down? So the bottom line is, no, we don't take videos down. What y'all need to do is stop wilding out in these streets and acting worse than some animals that I've seen. That would be the thing to do. Because once it's out there and once it's up, then y'all be like, oh, I'm worried about my job. I'm like, you are? Really? Huh. That's interesting. Because it doesn't look like in this video that any of these people are employed or have a job that they care or worry about whatsoever. So I'm a little bit confused by those types of comments. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know what kind of job y'all worried about or whatever the situation may be. So one of the young ladies, like I said, I don't know who it was, claims that this guy hit her first. And like I said, if he was the type of person to hit women first, I can tell you that she wouldn't have been standing after that, right? So let's just be honest here. A guy is the aggressor and he hits you first. You think he's going to allow you to throw licks at him like that? And he just keeps backing away and backing away? Not today, Bobo. I don't think so. So, let me just see here. Trying to find the message. Oh, I can't even find the message anymore. Anyway, she messaged me somewhere. I don't know where it was. About, she was the victim in all of this because she was hit first and she was simply defending herself. Well, lo and behold, as the good Lord would have it, there was more than one person recording this incident. And there's more than one recording that shows what happened prior to this. And so let's have a look at the full length of the video now. Okay. So what we have is we actually see, and I don't know what club this is or what the venue is, but we see this actually starts in some sort of a inside setting, some sort of inside venue. And so you get to see the entire thing. And I just briefly watched it this morning, asked for Kevin to remove the profanity so that we could watch it together. And then I don't really see where supposedly this woman was victimized by this man at all. So let's just have a look here now. So again, seems like the women are involved in this. That's the same woman with the shorts on. She's not wearing the top. What's going on here with the inside. One lost the shoe. You don't see the shoe there in that scene? There it is. Where is this fight? Okay. Now, I hope it's not this young lady with the white shirt on who's claiming that the guy hit her, because you see, I don't know who she be, but y'all see her right there, even after they did the initial parting of, I think it was women initially that were fighting. When they did the initial parting, then she goes back, she runs back in for round 2 because she must have think she's Kung Fu Panda and she's ready for round 2, honey chow. So she's all gloves on and it's like, here we go. Here we go. There she goes again. And they're trying to pull her back. All these guys, kudos to them for trying to fight the fight. Now, this is video number 2, which shows the exterior. Where is this place? I'm trying to put a finger on it, but I can't. Then somebody can tell me where this is. Anyway, this is now the outside. Video number 2.
Right.
I'm ready to go to my bed.
Here they are again. Okay, so wait a minute. Back up. That looks like a guy in a black shirt who pushes someone. Let's see if we can get a little closer. He looks like he pushes another guy, right? Doesn't he push another guy in a black shirt? Let's back it up. It's definitely not that woman with the jeans and the big bonquet, because I can tell you what. These look like two guys now getting heated. Let's go.
I'm ready to go to my bed.
Is that a woman? Actually, that looks like a female that gets pushed. So let's back it up, honey child. We gotta do a deep dissection. So she was going towards him. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. He pushes her right now. Gotta calm down. Back up. And then they're gonna hold him now. He's like towards the back of the situation. And then here comes this one. So these two are not, I mean, let's say you agree that this isn't the guy who pushed her. Because the guy who pushed her was wearing a black shirt. So I don't know why they're ganging up on this Jamaican guy, what the story is. He must be the man that they're fighting over, because y'all love Jamaicans, like I said. They your coca teacher. So here they're ganging up with him with the aggressor, and here comes Yardie number 2 saying, whoa, you can't beat up my man. Wait, what go on? Let me narrate differently for you. What go on? Hey, sister, come now. This not the Rasta life. No, man, we love the peaceful life. You can't beat up on my brethren. And then they're trying to keep the women away from beating him up. And there's a little short one. There's the one who probably got pushed with the long black shirt and the shorts on. And then she's now pulling the man who with the dreads. Oh, sure, she's in his corner. Gregory says he's not Jamaican. You already going out. What? No Jamaican there. Really? I would find that hard to believe, but I mean, okay, if you say so. Not a Jamaican there. Are you sure about that? I don't know, Gregory. Your Jamaican radar might be off. Yeah, I don't think so. Anyway, y'all know the score. Y'all will give me all the sus by today. CC says he's Caymanian, the one with the dreads. Who is he? And the guy defending him is not a Jamaican? Hold on. All right, so the guy in the white shirt with the dreads, he's Caymanian. The guy with the cap, y'all mean to tell me he's Caymanian too? He's from the UK. Oh, isn't he, yes, Gregory, you might be right, because somebody said they're fighting over some guy who's like an artist or DJ or some foolishness. But he's from the UK, but where's his people from? He don't have Jamaican roots. I know y'all trying to fool me, but you can't fool me. Somebody says, yes, it's sweet. That's by World Gym parking behind the pharmacy, restaurant, the bar attic. And another one is upstairs. Not sure if it's still the same name. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Where Old Bar used to be. Club by World Gym. I gotcha. But somebody said, but Sandy, isn't this Jay Welcome the minister's son? That little short one? Oh, I don't know. I don't even know what his son looks like. So I have no clue. So, hopefully he wasn't in the mix. But somebody did a little screenshot and said, wait a minute. He has a little short son like that? He looks kind of short. Is that him? I have no clue. Y'all would know better than me, I'm afraid to say. All right. I see you there, Mr. Carey. Just give me 1 second. Let me see. So listen, the bottom line is this: with all of these fight night episodes, I can only tell you that not Jay Welcome. Where did we get Jay Welcome from? Jay Ebanks. Sorry, I said Jay Welcome, right? Oh, they said Jay Welcome. I knew I wasn't making that up. No, not Jay Welcome. Jay Ebanks is his name. But I don't know who this kid is. Is that his son? Anyway, folks, just stay home. That's your best bet. Stay home, have your little drink, and behave yourselves even at home, because somebody else will be fighting at home. All right, what a hot mess. Over 500 people in the live stream. CC says, don't know his name, but he's Caymanian. Gregory says they're all Caymanians. Stacy says, no Jamaicans fight like that. Trust me. What can go so? Lord have mercy. I know the women are Caymanians for sure. The funny thing is, you don't see Caymanians normally fighting, Caymanian girls fighting over too many Caymanian men. Like I said, it's sweet, it's sweet, it's sweet. Ingrid said, not only Jamaican have dreads these days. No, I know that, but I'm just saying. All right, well, Caymanian men being fought over, there's something different. What a hot mess. From West Bay. Oh, Lord have mercy, Gregory. CC says people need to mind their own business and don't tell Sandy nothing. You wish. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandy. How are you?
Morning. How are you? Happy Monday.
It makes me feel so good that Cayman have turned into a low class. It never ceases to amaze me. Why the hell do you even entertain? Because these people are going to continue in entertaining themselves because they don't have any common sense. They don't have any intelligence, and they're low class. And I say that with no reservations because people like that should not be conducting themselves in a public place. Go out in the backyard, but what they're doing is to send it to you knowing that it's going to be glorified.
Well, let me put it this way. There's two ways to look at this, Mr. Dexter. You might think that it's being glorified, but if you're in the world of social media, you'll know that the most effective thing to do is to post it to embarrass these women, because they all of a sudden be blazing at my phone about, oh, can you please take it down? Because now they're embarrassed, right? So maybe the next time they're out in a situation and they're thinking about wilding out in these streets like some, rabid animal, they're going to go, oh, wow, somebody's going to record this and it's going to end up on CMR, so I better behave myself. That's the alternative version. And I can tell you that that's more the reality.
You have a point there, but the problem that I get as an intelligent person, I don't have a good education. I got 4.5 years of education, elementary education, but Mama didn't bring it in this world. A person, no common sense. I got good common sense, but what you bring it on, and after you make your point, get off of that and go on something that the intelligent people want to hear.
Yes, well, we're coming. If you come off the phone, Mr. Dexter, we're coming to that right now.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right.
All right, my dear. It requires a degree of explanation, nonetheless. But thank you. Mr. Dexter don't want to see y'all fighting. He say. Cindy says, "Sir, you goodly have done worse back in your days. Stop making us seem to be the worst, because the stories my grandfather told me about shit men." What a hot mess. Anyway, ladies, please behave yourselves when you go out. I want to congratulate the men for not thumping them on top of the head, because that could have been a very real possibility here. Haley says, I always say, don't let me see you end up on CMR, because everyone always watching. Symphony says, discipline at its best came out just becoming China 2.0. China? I don't think we have to go to China to see people who are, we don't have to go anywhere but our own location to see people who are just ill-mannered and don't know how to behave. All right, let's move on. We got a lot to talk about this morning. Over the weekend on Friday, a lot of you started messaging me about a change to the immigration visa requirements for people entering Honduras. So, of course, a lot of you are impacted by this. Honduras is another country that Cayman has a lot of connections with. We're closely tied to them. So there was some sort of an announcement that was made. Let me show you guys the from the UK government side of things, where they said that any UK citizen would now require a visa to be able to enter Honduras. So apparently this is something that's coming into place, they say, on the 15th of August. So they've given you a little bit of notice. And the visa requirement, here we go, says that British nationals will require a visa to enter Honduras. And they've asked you to read the information about requirements and how to apply for Honduran visa. They're in Spanish in London from the Honduran embassy. And then they say that if you're not in London, contact the nearest embassy for Honduras for information and instructions on how to apply for a visa, National Institute of Migration. And then usually you can get a 30-day visitor's entry stamp in your passport when you arrive, and you can apply at an immigration office to extend your stay if need be. So I understand that the situation with Cayman is, again, because of her close ties with Honduras. A lot of Caymanians have that UK passport, so they're very, very concerned. I think some of you now, in fact, only have the UK passport and you don't maintain your Cayman passport. I'll be honest, my Cayman passport expired, I don't even know when. And for the longest time, I didn't renew it because where I was going, the UK passport was more than sufficient enough for travel and didn't require a visa. So a lot of times when we're using our Cayman passport, even to go to Jamaica, you got to get a visa. We've had parents like, oh my God, Sandy, what am I going to do? My kids don't have a UK passport yet. I'm like, let's take the little benefits that we get from being a BOTC and get yourselves that passport, because then you wouldn't require a visa to enter into Jamaica. So I understand that the UK has recently implemented a visa requirement for Honduran nationals. And so now I guess the Honduran government is seeking to reciprocate that. Let's bring in Kerry Bennett. Good morning, Mr. Kerry. How are you?
Good morning, Sandy, and good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Anybody else joining us this morning? I know you were going to try to get some Honduran government officials on the line.
Yeah, so yeah, we were definitely trying to get someone online. And for some reason this morning, he seems to be unavailable.
Okay.
I don't know how to explain why, but we're not going to bother focusing on that.
All right. So give us a lowdown. The Honduran government has put this requirement now in place. They say that's going to come into effect on August the 15th. So they've given people a couple of weeks notice, saying that if you have a UK passport, you're going to be British nationals, basically, not just UK passport, British nationals are going to be subject to a visitor's visa if they want to enter Honduras. My understanding is it's kind of a bit of a tit for tat situation, because the UK recently put in a visa requirement for Honduras. I know we have had a visa requirement for a really long time for a number of different countries, including Honduras. So what is the situation here as it impacts Caymanians if they have a UK passport? So that BOTC passport, which looks just like, I was looking at mine yesterday. I mean, it says British. It says you're a British national. It looks just like a UK passport pretty much. So if I try to travel on that passport as it stands now, after August the 15th, I would have to get a visa?
Good morning again. So yes, based on what we've learned, we became aware of this information a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I would first like to remind everyone, my capacity here is an unofficial capacity.
Yes.
Because we are simply a group of Hondurans here who came together, as you may recall, last year,
Yeah.
We got the government to come over and document some of our people here. So in an unofficial capacity, I've been told it was perfectly fine for me to go ahead and share this information to try to offset, the concerns that we have, as you rightfully said, the very strong connection that we have that goes back several decades, as a matter of fact, several generations, to be fair. So what we've done as the Honduran committee, we immediately reached out to the community back home, the government officials, and basically said, we can't have this. And we outlined a number of areas where this is going to have impact on families and on business, in a number of areas, and of course tourism. So they have come back to me just before I updated you, and I sent you a note on Friday.
Yes.
And they've come back to me with a very positive response. So I've been told that they will be issuing a change to this law that will basically allow Caymanians with Cayman passport, or British citizens residing in the Cayman Islands with British passports, and that this community will not be required any visas to enter Honduras under this law. So they're supposed to have this published, I was told, within the next few weeks in the Gazette in Honduras. So they're hoping that this falls in line prior to the 15th of August, with which this whole thing is supposed to engage. Okay. So again, in an unofficial capacity, because we're not a member of government by any means, but because we have stepped up as a team, to try to mitigate some of the issues that the Honduran community has been facing here.
Yes.
They were happy to listen to us, and they have shared this update with us on Friday, which I was happy to report.
Yeah, because I think there's, especially for the Bay Islands, there's a lot of quote unquote Caymanians who, like you said, might even be generational Hondurans, right? Bay Islanders. Correct. And so that would mean that if they don't have a Cayman passport, they would have to turn around and now apply for a visa to basically go back home.
That's correct.
A lot of people don't necessarily, if they've been here for 20 years, 30 years, they don't have Caymanian children or whatever, they're not necessarily maintaining their Honduras status, but, they might have the benefit now of a BOTC passport. So it would catch a lot of people that I'm sure it didn't really intend to apply to, and that it just doesn't make any sense for. So you said that your group has obviously raised some concerns with the Honduran government. As governments go, though, it normally takes a long time to change things. I'm a bit surprised that they hadn't put their mind to this situation before implementing this, because it's kind of a very broad brush, right? So it impacts UK nationals all over the world, including those, as you say, living in Cayman Islands. So they're now contemplating adjusting the requirement. And I don't know if that needs to go to their parliament or how long of a process that might be. But you say after some conversation and some dialogue, they're now contemplating adjusting the requirement to exclude people in the Cayman Islands. And that would be even British people, like say from the UK who have a UK passport?
Yes. So my understanding, it will apply to all Caymanians holding a Cayman passport. Of course, any Caymanians holding a British passport, any Hondurans holding a British passport only, and any British citizen, for that matter, living in the Cayman Islands.
Okay. Did they give you any sort of an indication of a timeline? Because this is to come into effect August the 15th. Did they say if they make this change, how quickly the change could be implemented?
So I did raise that question myself, and what I was told was they're pushing to have this amendment published in the Gazette, the Honduran Gazette, prior to the 15th of August.
Okay, that would be good, because you could have a period of limbo where some people are getting caught by it if it comes after the 15th, and then others. So pretty much the position now is if you are traveling, like if you have plans to travel, after the 15th, you better just make sure that the situation has been rectified in some way, because otherwise you might show up at the borders. How does it normally work? You go to the airport here in Cayman to travel. Cayman Airways would be informed of the visa requirement, and if you don't have the visa, they wouldn't let you in, or how would that even work?
Because this is all very new, and that was one of the main concerns that we raised. Where do people go if they want to, in fact, apply for a visa to enter Honduras? So that was one of the bigger questions. But thereafter, we mainly focus on how can we get that, how can we get some sort of consideration to be put in place and have this law possibly amended before it even comes into effect. because otherwise, and here are the long list of implications it's going to have.
Mm-hmm.
So they have come back with a positive response in terms of making way for us, let's just say, to be able to enter on British passports or Caymanian passports without the requirement for a visa, which I believe, is a better response than saying, well, this is the office you go to. Because as we all know, there is no official office here in the Cayman Islands.
Right. Yeah, sounds like quite a situation there, quite a conundrum. All right. So you'll keep us updated, I'm sure, on this situation, and let us know.
Absolutely.
When.
So as soon as I have word from them, and in fact have a copy of the law once it's been published in the Gazette, I will take that and we will go ahead and put it out on our HNCCI, which is the Honduran Cayman Island Committee. And we will also then, of course, share it with yourself and other state medias.
Very good. All right, Mr. Carey, we do have a question. One of our listeners is saying that they know that last year you guys did the whole passport initiative, which we were happy to help you promote. And they're saying, can you ask this man why the Honduran people are coming, or when, sorry, they're coming back to document Honduran nationals here who didn't get a chance to do so last year? So will there be another drive? I know last year you probably did hundreds of people who needed to regularize their status in Honduras, but there are people who missed it. Maybe they weren't on island at the time, or they didn't know about it until afterwards. So will you guys be sort of doing that again anytime soon?
Right. So just a bit over a month ago, I was in a conversation with these folks regarding the very same matter, because there was also a number of people who, and just to give you a bit more insight, and yeah, thank you for airing that, and thank you for helping us to spread the word. We were able to document, for your information, just under 900 people. And that includes people who have lived in the Cayman Islands since they were teenagers and had never actually obtained their Honduran documents, because they came here on a special birth certificate way back in the day. Anyway, so yes, there are some 100+ individuals who were not able to come in and collect their ID cards when those were brought in. And people are reaching out to me gradually, so I would encourage people to continue to do so, and please do so via perhaps our social media page. And again, that's HNCCI. You can find us on Facebook. And continue to send us your information, because what we're trying to achieve is two things. We're trying to make sure we are able to reach these individuals that have not collected their documents, so that when the officials do come back to deliver them, we are able to get in touch with them. So if they get in touch with us first, we will therefore be able to reach out to them and advise them of when this will be happening. In addition to that, what we're asking them to do is bring back, even if it's a smaller team, so that we can try to address the needs of those people who were not able to take advantage on the first go. But we do not have a date yet. We will be sharing that as soon as we do, but unfortunately that's in the making. But we are working on it. Okay. There are other needs as well that we're hoping to address. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. These things take time. It took myself and the team a bit over a year for us to actually achieve what we did last year. And lots of work behind the scenes that had to be done, including, trying to get them to have the Cayman Islands basically added as another jurisdiction on their online payment platform, whereby then people could walk in. Because one of the things as a committee we focus on heavily was not taking any cash, because we're not set up to do so. And, luckily everything went down smoothly enough. I think everyone is happy in the end, but unfortunately those people who were not able to come in and collect their documents, or who weren't able to come and take advantage of that opportunity, we're working behind the scenes currently to try to get that, bring them back again for a second round.
Okay, thanks very much for that update. Charles was asking what kind of visa, U.S. visa, etc. So no, this would be their equivalent of a visitor's visa. I mean, I don't know what it looks like, but I'm assuming they probably require it for other nationals already. Raymond G makes a good point. He says, I don't see the sense of Honduras doing this because the UK has required visas for them since July of last year. And they say Hondurans would need a proper online process for visas because they don't have any embassy here or nearby. So again, that's the logistics of how this would even work. It would be quite a inconvenience for Caymanians trying to get to Honduras. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Yes, Sandra, good morning.
Morning. Morning there.
Yeah, a quick question. I just catch the last of it. I mean, I'm not sure if he's still there. Quick question for him. I've been here for the last 38 years, but I want to have a Honduran passport, but I had my ID, and I went 2017, I renewed it. And I did the paperwork here when they came. And they're telling me now that I'm not resident in Honduras. I think it's two or three persons with that same situation. So I don't get it. So I just asked the question to him, what I need to do to get my ID?
Morning, sir, and happy to answer your question. I think this might be, and because every situation, because we are steadily and constantly for the past 2 years assisting people with these matters. And I would say, Sandy, I will go ahead and share my number here. And
yes,
that
sure.
would be 345-525-4620. Please, sir, and anyone else out there for that matter who's having any of these issues and have some questions that I can assist by passing on to the authorities and then therefore coming back to you with their response. Please send me WhatsApp. And I would also ask that if I don't reply to those WhatsApp immediately, bear in mind that we all are busy people, and but we're happy to do this. We signed up for it, and we know it comes with a certain responsibility, which we're happy to continue doing. But just please bear with us that if I don't reply immediately, I will be coming back to you. So again, if you can share your details via WhatsApp and send me a short voice note or a written message of what your situation is.
You can look into it further for him.
Yes, correct. I'm happy to do that. We're practically doing that every other day for people.
All right, caller. So just reach out to him directly, and he'll make some inquiries on your behalf.
Okay, Ms. Sandra, thank you very much.
Okay, you're most welcome. Thanks, dear. All right, Vanjie says, what's the process to apply for this visa to Honduras? So Vanjie, on the website that we make mention of, the UK government, like I said, has actually published this UK requirement. I can probably send you the link, but they actually refer you back to the Honduras embassy page, the Honduran embassy page, which is all in Spanish as well. So there is a process on how to apply for it. And they tell you, for example, how you can get some of the things that you'll need. Like there's a visa application, passport, there's passport size photos, there's a $30 fee. You can do multiple entry for 90 days. That's like $60. Anyway, there's a whole process I can share. Actually, hold on, let me give you the link here. I'll give you the link here and you can look into it. But hopefully, Mr. Carey, they can work this out so that this isn't something that people here in the Cayman Islands would have to worry too much about. Because listen, I know when does the flight go down to Honduras? Is it on Fridays? I know Caymanians, in particular Caymanian men, love to just jump on that plane last minute and take a little flight to go and enjoy a breeze out for the weekend. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, good morning, Auntie Sandra.
Morning, love.
I got a quick question. So with this visa now, you're telling me that they want to give you an automatic 1 month into the contract?
Yeah, you like most other things, once you get there, I guess you can request additional time if need be, and it's up to their discretion is what the report has said. And then they can do a $60 option for multiple entries within 3 months, within 90 days.
This is just this sounds like just a money scheme from Honduras, to tell you the truth. I mean, I know other countries might be doing it because once you could go into the country now, right? What I'm saying, you could go into the country as it is now, and they automatically got stopped 60 days. I mean, 90 days into your passport.
Yeah.
They automatically can do that. And if you want another 120 days, then you go back that additional after the 3 months, and then you request that. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying, if they only give you a month now, or they say no, we only allowing you 60 days, and you got the rights to say up to probably 4 months or 5 months, then that's just another way for them to collect an extra month off of you.
But I mean, keep in mind that there's no such thing as a right. They will they confer.
I agree. I mean, I'm just saying this seems like just a money thing more than anything else. You know, more than anything else. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. Thank you very much, caller. It's even like, Jamaica did a similar thing when we implemented the visitor visa situation for them. Remember how they reciprocated by requiring Caymanians to have a visa to enter Jamaica as well. Most Caymanians, like I said, have the benefit of having that UK passport, so you kind of work around it. But it catches some people. Just the other day, I had a girlfriend, her daughter, like 16, 17 years old, has never traveled on her own or anything like that. All of a sudden was being forced to go to Jamaica, the embassy, for her student visa. And the first thing she had to do was get a Jamaican visa to be able to enter Jamaica, to then go to the U.S. Embassy to get the visa there. So, it's, it can be, and of course, as the caller rightfully said, the expense of doing that, the paperwork, the additional stress. I mean, yes, it's, I don't know what to say, except that it's a situation. So we'll see how this flushes out. Carrie Bennett, again, part of the Honduran committee here in the Cayman Islands, HNCCI. I've just shared their Facebook link with you guys. They're a nonprofit organization, a group of Hondurans helping each other out. So thank you very, very much, Carrie. If you have any Honduran officials that want to address the people of the Cayman Islands directly, by all means, have them reach out and continue. You and your organization continue to do the amazing job that you guys always do.
Thank you, Sandy. Thank you for having us as well. And we will certainly be in touch as soon as we have any further updates.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
All right. Miss Brenda says, so Caymanian passport holders need visa as well, or just the UK? So it would be just the UK passport holder, because it's this notice is in relation to UK nationals. The problem is a lot of Caymanians, like I said earlier, only have that UK passport. So good morning, caller.
Yeah, good morning, Sandy. How are you today?
Good morning, darling. How are you?
Not bad. Good morning, Mr. Bennett. How are you?
He left already. Sorry.
Yes, he left already.
Yeah, he just left.
Because once you are a Caymanian and you married to a Honduran, and like the caller earlier said, from time you go in there, and even if you're not married, 90 days they give you right off the bat. 90 days. I mean, I got churned in Honduras, when I go to, they give me 3 months right away, no question asked. They just stamp that in the passport. And if the 90 days is up, then I can just go back and say, well, one more time, and they give it to me again, I just pay a fee. But I'm wondering now, the Caymanians, like Cayman passport, I have 2 passports. I got the UK passport and I got a Cayman passport. What I do when I go into Honduras, I don't use my UK passport. I use my Cayman passport. So that accepts me from having the visa. Is that what he said? Or he said even Caymanian passports gotta have a visa? I didn't catch that.
No. UK citizens and UK passports. So if you have your Cayman passport still, yeah,
you don't need no visa.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Because I missed out on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, son, the leader then. Thank you.
All right, my dear, no problem. All right, folks. Somebody said they're not hearing us on Bobo. Is anybody hearing us on Bobo? I noticed that the link that I normally use, unfortunately, that link isn't there anymore online. So that's a little bit weird. So I could normally go on my phone and check it, but I don't know where that link, what's going on with that link. So I don't know. So anybody else on the radio listening, can you guys hear me? I wonder if the link, if the online link is broken, but the radio still works. Y'all know I don't even have a radio around here anymore. Anybody listening on radio can confirm. Good morning, caller.
Yeah, I'm listening on the radio and it's fine to me.
Okay.
I noticed that the radio is always a bit lower than the other platforms, so I just turn it up.
Oh, okay.
And especially like when you receive a call, sometimes that's really low, but it's always been like that. So I just turn it up.
Okay, thank you so
but
much,
I'm listening
caller.
on the radio and it hasn't cut out.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's probably online because I was trying to get to the online feed as well, and that's not working. So maybe the issue is it's online. Thank you for verifying, caller. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Sir Jordan, you're gonna have to get yourself a good old-fashioned radio or go sit in the car, honey child. He's like, listen, I'm trying to listen online. I'll inquire about it to see if we know what's going on. Let me see. Here's one. Hold on. Oh. What kind of music is that? That's like retro music. I'll make some inquiries. I'm not sure what's going on with the online services, so we'll try to find out. Miss Susan says it's not a money thing because Honduras people have to pay $92 for a visa to come to Cayman, and sometimes their visa is for 1 month because of the time. So I don't think it's a money thing. Okay. KK says, so Sandy, with the UK passport, I can avoid going to the Jamaica consulate to get a visa due to the UK passport having a visa already. It doesn't have a visa already. It's just not required for UK nationals to enter Jamaica to have a visa. So yeah, you can travel in UK passport and no worries. Listen, like I said, for the longest time, I didn't renew my Cayman passport. I have renewed it now. So I do have both currently. And yeah, whenever I go to Jamaica, I just use my British passport because I ain't got no time to be going to no Jamaican visa embassy or whatever and applying. Having said that, I think, did we have to do one for Gigi? I can't remember the last time she went, but she has two. She has both passports as well. So yeah, we just traveled on that. Marlon obviously is Jamaican. So yeah. I don't know, honey child. I guess get as many passports as you can handle because look like we're all gonna need them. Lulu, thank you for confirming. Melissa says yes, I can hear you. Need to get one. You don't have a UK passport? Very, very important. Johan is in the house demanding the next topic. All right, let's read some IG comments before we move on. What is it? Rem's Cash says, Sandra have a deep hate for Jamaicans. Oh Lord. Rem's Cash, you are so misinformed. My husband's a Jamaican, which means my daughter's half Jamaican. How can I have a deep hate for Jamaican? My grandfather is from St. Elizabeth. Can y'all please get your lives together? Most people who call my phone every single day are Jamaicans that need my help, and I gladly help them. I don't have no hate in my heart for any nationality. That's not how this works. I may not like individuals and their behavior, but you're late to the show, honey child. So that's ridiculous. And those of you who don't get the joke, the reason why we say it's sweet, it's sweet, it's sweet. Where's that clip, Johan? Is I think that must have been last year one time I was talking about how some Caymanians love Jamaican men. And, they're on marriage number 5 and 6 with a Jamaican man. And I said, it must be sweet, it's sweet, it's sweet. And so that's an ongoing joke. It's Monday. Do I really have to explain this to y'all? And you're probably, Rem's Cash, you're probably new to the show. You probably never tuned in before. And you also just don't get my sense of humor. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, you'll be fine. You'll be just fine, honey child. What What a mess. Oh, poor Rem. What Rem something says yes, because them refuse her with duck face. Poor you. Okay. Yeah, that must be it. Oh, boo-hoo-hoo. 3 million Jamaican man. I can't find one. Oh, wait a minute. I have one already. Oh, gosh. What a hot mess. Y'all so stupid. All right, let's move on. Y'all not gonna sense. Let me see. Oh, yes, he did nothing towards that behavior. He was checking on someone and they got ignorant. Yes, man, they not know when to calm themselves. See, even better, I tell you, he's a sweet guy. So that girl in the shorts to say that he hit her, she lying out her butt. Okay. It's the darker girl that say he hit her, but it wasn't him. He didn't do that. Somebody else, probably another Caymanian, looked like pushed her down. So, and the problem with these types of situation, folks, is when you get into, the energy is different. That's why I say just stay home, because you'll find that maybe you're not even on the regular, the type of person that would fight. But when you're in that situation, all of a sudden your temperature goes up and you just want to box somebody for no good reason. Anyway, let's move on. Letitia, good morning. Natasha says, that's truth. You're a very good lady. I just laugh at people because it's low-lying fruit to claim that you don't like an entire country of people. So, I must not like Caymanians either, because I'm constantly trying to hold us accountable as a people. I remember back in the day, the Filipinos, now they love me. I'm like their number one fan. They're my number one fan. But back in the day, I was questioning certain things about how they live and whatever. And some of them got up in their feelings and they're like, oh, look, she doesn't like Filipinos. I'm just like, what? I think the majority of you now understand the real score. This platform is about accountability. We're going to be getting now to government accountability, because all the MPs claim I don't like them either. All the elected officials saying they don't like us. Okay. Just because you try to hold people accountable and you talk about behavior being a problem, whether it's us as Caymanians or elected officials, anybody, Honduran nationals, Jamaicans, Filipinos, whatever, when you engage in certain behavior and then you end up being featured on CMR, you can't come for the low-lying fruit, because the low-lying fruit is what y'all are engaging in, which is like, oh, she just don't like us. First of all, where in my comments this morning was I saying anything bad about Jamaicans? I'm like, listen, I thought he was a Jamaican guy. I said he is allowing someone to assault him, which I thought was unusual for a Jamaican guy. I'm going to be honest with you, because a Jamaican would have thumped you last time at one coconut. I said, look at this Jamaican guy getting beaten up and letting these women assault him, and he not going to take one of those dreads and slap him upside the face with it. I found that very unusual. And so I was actually giving him props. Turns out he's not a Jamaican, but whatever. I'm still going to give him props for not retaliating and hitting them in any way. Because, of course, him hitting them would have been a very different situation. Being the stronger man, presumably. They would have felt it a lot more than probably. But, they were ganging up on him and they were trying to beat him up. And that's wrong. I don't care who he is or where he's from. That is just absolutely wrong. Live Happy says, leave him for 1030. Jamaicans like him only support Jamaicans outside Jamaica. And in Jamaica, they hate and killing each other. Child, people like that don't even deserve a 1030. I'm going to be honest with you. I ain't got that kind of energy or time for stupidity. Let's just be honest. Jim said it best. Some people have no sense. Sense. What is that? Sense. Yeah, they don't have no sense. So we're not dealing with people like that. I think everybody by now knows that that's ridiculous commentary. And so we're not even going to give it any life. Let's talk about the REGEN project. Abby says, I'd low-key watch UFC, K-Man. It would be low-key. A lot of y'all would be tuned in. Trust and believe me. So somebody just said that the young lady with the shorts, hold on a second now. Somebody said that the young lady with the shorts, the fair-skinned, plump girl, her mom is Jamaican and her dad is from West Bay. She grew up in the BRAC, and her mom then married a BRACer, now divorced from him. What a hot mess. So apparently there's an outage with the online radio. Our tech guy at the station just confirmed. All right, let me see here now. Please, if you have the video clip of It's Sweet, It's Sweet, It's Sweet, please send me that video. Somebody clicked it. I think it was Cayman Ways or Everything 345. I'll have to ask them. I'll ask Jason. I think it might have been. I don't normally clip my own stuff, to be honest. I ain't got that kind of time. But these guys do a pretty good job of some of the funny stuff, I guess. So I'll check with Jason from Everything 345. He may have it, but I don't know. All right, let's move on. Regen. This is really, really important. I went away this weekend, honey child, and I did some research on this because I think we all need to know what it is that we're talking about. So where's Hunter? Is Hunter in class this morning? Because Hunter jumps in and out when he needs to be in class full time. So he needs to be learning on a full-time basis what's actually happening in this country. So, because then he makes a lot of comments that are nonsensical. I'm just saying. Hold on, somebody's sending me some sus. Hello. The girls are in the DART apprenticeship program. Check that out. DART or DART? You said DART. Which apprenticeship program? You mean for the hotels? No. Oh man, you see how y'all be messing yourselves up? Which one? The chunky one? Hold on, this one give me the sauce now. You see, listen, I ain't got no time for y'all. Because then this is why y'all be out there, oh, we can't get jobs, and they be discriminated against us because we Caymanians. Oh, can you please help us? You mess up yourselves. Are you kidding me? So now this morning, Dart can get this video and be like, Lord, look, you know. I was told that from someone that knows them. I hope that that's not true. I really hope that's not true. Because y'all get good little opportunities, you know. How you can be working at the Kimpton or the Ritz, the ladies and gentlemen of the Ritz-Carlton, and you acting like a friggin' hoodlum out in the streets, like a hood rat. Y'all gotta do better. Lord Jesus, I'm so disappointed in our people on a daily basis. Oh, yeah, Kiki, have a laugh. I'm a chunky. Well, she's chunky, yes. I love my Caribbean people. We don't need to hate on one another. It ain't taking us nowhere. Exactly, Camille. You're not gonna sense. Hunter says he's having a good day. Hold on. I want Hunter to tune in because unfortunately, Hunter be getting things a little bit confused. Let me see here now. Hunter, you need to be in class today. Let me invite you to a class. Let me call Hunter. He's busy making somebody a coffee. Nope.
Good morning, Hunter's
Hello?
Moving and Removal Services.
Hunter?
No, this is Cordell. I took over the business from Hunter.
Oh, you did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this isn't the number to reach him on anymore?
No, I got a separate personal number for him.
Is that the 27751? Yeah, I think he sent me something, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, no problem. Let me see if I can reach him. Thank you so much.
Okay,
I appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Okay.
All right,
good
there.
one.
All right, let's see. We just want to make sure that Hunter's listening this morning. Okay, new manager over there.
Sorry. sorry, but this account has been barred from making outgoing calls.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
gosh.
From Flo.
What the heck?
Service message 26.
Flo.
We are sorry, but this...
Listen here. Let me message them right now. They cut off my phone. Look here. No, sir. Let me message them. Yes, sir. Take that. Watch me and them now. They better try and get me my toll-free number. Miss Sandry, block that person about you hate Jamaicans. Rems cash. No. Make them sit right there because they want to sit here and talk foolishness. Make them sit here and watch the show. They'll be bothered even more. So yeah. Make them sit there. Yep. All right, give me 1 second here. I call them from my other number. I know, right? Exactly. Clearly, I must have a bill that I haven't paid. Mind you, I gotta be honest with you. I saw that my Flow bill was going to my trash folder. Yesterday, I had to contact my server people because I'm not getting certain emails, and apparently, Flow was one of them. They were putting in the spam folder. I was like, oops. I did see it yesterday, and anyway, whatever. I must owe them $60. Let me try and pay my bill. CMR. Hold on. Yeah, I saw this. I gotta be honest with you. I did see this bill from them in my spam folder. Hold on. And I'm like, that's not spam. Lord have mercy. Hold on. I'm going back to my spam folder. All right, we're gonna talk about REGEN. Somebody call Hunter for me. But Sandy, isn't that the same phone you use and someone answered? No. That's my personal phone that I was calling him on. So totally different number. But I guess I need to delete that number then because that's the number I had saved for Hunter. What a mess. I know. Yes, I didn't pay my bill. Obviously, I think that's why they would have me. Hold on. Let me try and find the bill. Flow. I know it went into my junk mail because I saw it yesterday. I'm having an issue with a lot of my emails going to junk. So, wait a minute. I don't have anything from them. Flow. It might still be in junk. Oops. Did I not see? I have 186 items. Hold on. Flow. Am I able to search this based on... I see Skechers, all of my Hilton Honors. I see all of my US stuff going into junk. High performance. Oh, good Lord. I think the Flow bill, brand source, that went into junk as well. Now I gotta find it. Oh Lord, I can't go through all these emails. Okay, I'll have to find the bill so I can actually pay the bill. All right, I'm looking in my junk folder. I don't know, honey child. But I keep telling him it's not junk, so I don't know. Hold on. Flow. Let me see. Inbox. Anywho, I'll have to find it. I don't know where it is. Is it Flow? Is that where the bill comes from? Hold on. All right. So yeah, I'll try to get that sorted out. What a hot mess. Okay, let's move on. He can rewind and listen to the show later, but I saw his comment. Okay, here's the thing. When we elect people to public office, we hope that they have our best interests at heart. I can tell you, quite frankly, that you are hoping and praying that that's the case. And a lot of times it just isn't. but they're pretty good at fooling we the people. At least they try to. And then you know, at the end of the day, we have to be, it's kind of sad when you think about it, that we have to be fact checking and cross checking what it is that our elected officials or MPs are saying. So I want to talk about this because with this REGEN project, it's sort of, hold on one second. It's sort of one of those things where it is a bit of a political, you know, football, apparently, just like the port, just like education and so many other projects. The unfortunate thing is we have had this one, just like the East-West Arterial. We've had this on the agenda of things the country needs to do for a very, very long time. I'm going to say in excess of 20 years. And we haven't made any forward movement on it. And I think that that's absolutely ridiculous. And we need to talk about what that is. So when Miss Kathy, and I'm going to try to, hold on one second. Let me see if I can actually clip what she said, because I'm also going to be very honest with you. I didn't listen to her comments in the Legislative Assembly. I only know, you know, our writer did a story on it. So based on her story and kind of what I know the discussions have been, this is where we are. But I also know for a fact that this government, the UPM government, has been talking about in cabinet canceling this REGEN agreement since March. So not long after they took over the government they got in. So, I mean, you do have to ask yourself the question as to why they wish to cancel it. So let me just see if I can find this LA video, Legislative Assembly. You know, you've got to ask yourself the logical question as to why. Now, this is what I know. Politically, there's a lot that happens behind the scenes. Sometimes we don't always know the reason why it's happening. But in this situation, I have somewhat of an idea of what is going on. So I'm not going to claim to have all of the details. But what I will say is Juliana O'Connor Connolly, the premier, is the one who does not want this agreement to go forward, which is kind of weird to me because she was in cabinet when the agreement was signed. So I'm not sure that I understand what has changed, except I'm going to tell you one thing. Yes, sir. Where? Online? Oh. Oh. It looked like it came back in. Okay. All right. Thanks. Huh. This is strange. Thank you so much. Yeah, I wasn't aware that I don't know. The camera disconnected. Boy, every time I talk about Julius, something weird starts to happen with my internet. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but even me beginning to find it very, very peculiar. Honey, child, let me come off of this one network and go in the backup one. It's almost like she got some kind of switch to my internet and be like, turn Sandy off. I'm on the Logic internet. KK said, better make sure you pay Flow. I know, right? So anyway, at the end of the day, this is, let me find the video. Hold on. Let me, I downloaded it this weekend, but I didn't get to clip it yet. But hold on one second. So they're claiming that the country can't afford it. Well, what has happened, again, keep in mind that the current premier, would have been involved in cabinet. She was a cabinet member at the time that this contract was actually signed. I think that is important for y'all to understand the duplicitousness with which we are operating in this country. How on earth, let me just see where Kathy begins to speak. How on earth is it possible for I'm just trying to see how far back this goes. How on earth is it possible for a person who was a member of cabinet that had something passed at that time turn around and then say, oh, we cannot afford it? You mean to tell me that you would not have known that we couldn't afford it when you signed us up to this agreement? Come on, Jesus, step into the conversation, step into the ring and help us to understand this. She was a minister. She was a minister of education. She was a cabinet member at the time. So, okay, let's say we believe her that we cannot afford it. On what basis are we now saying that that makes any logical sense when you, with the PPM coalition government as a PPM member, right before the last election, signed this REGEN agreement with DART? You didn't know then that we couldn't afford it? What has changed? Okay, hold on. Let me click this. I think this is a segment. I was told it was 4 hours in. So let me just clip this with Kathy. We're going to listen to exactly what she said. The other thing that I'm pretty confident about is the fact that there is a lot of friction within this current cabinet group, as there has been from the onset, to be honest, since the last election. And so what we have happening here, folks, is they're not happy with Kathy for other reasons. And so they're making her be the fall girl on this REGEN project. It's Julie who doesn't want it. It's Julie who's saying that we can't afford it. I'm going to tell you why we can't afford it. And it's because of Julie why we can't afford it. And so at the end of the day, we have now them saying to Kathy, well, you be the one who make the announcement. And I think we need to talk about exactly how this announcement was also made, because it's really, really concerning. So while that clip is getting ready and we're downloading that, let's get to some facts. So from March of this year, they start talking about, and in fact, it really goes back before then, but they start talking about why they want to cancel this REGEN contract. Chris Saunders from last year put some information out there that, oh, this is too much money. It's $2 billion. We can't afford it, yada, yada, yada. He came out with this narrative at a time when he was about to get fired from cabinet, right? So the premier had received, previous to Premier Wayne Panton, had received numerous complaints from women in the civil service about Chris Saunders and his unprofessional sexual harassment behavior. They couldn't take it anymore. It had been ongoing, allegedly, since he got into office, okay? And although they were not, I don't want to use the term brave, because I think these women are very brave, but although they did not want to elevate it to going to the police and making a criminal complaint, they did make a formal complaint to who was then Premier Panton, and he was then tasked with dealing with the matter. That's why Chris Saunders got fired as Minister of Finance, because he just would not leave these women alone. He was saying sexually inappropriate things to them that amounted to sexual harassment in the workplace. And even when asked to stop, even when the women said, you know, Mr. Saunders, please stop this, he would mock them, laugh in their faces, and said that he had no intentions of stopping because he is in a position of power over them. So we need to put everything in proper context, right? So when Mr. Panton went then to relieve him of his duties as a cabinet member, he's saying, hey, I can't have someone, we're about to pass sexual harassment legislation in this country. I've been pushing for this for years now. It's never going to pass under this government. I hope y'all know that. I mean, look at who they have in the fold, and then you'll understand exactly what the problem is. They're conflicted, just like they're not going to touch anything with pedophiles and child molesters because they're conflicted there too. All right. So, you know, when he went to fire him, there was a couple of things behind the scenes that were happening politically. So Chris Saunders jumped up and said, oh, this is about, you know, because of some C cable and Wayne Panton and his involvement in C3 and yada, yada, yada. So that came up. Then that didn't really work. That didn't get the attention that he wanted. So then he started talking about, oh, I was trying to fight for y'all with the REGEN project because I was saying we can't afford it. It's $2 billion, blah, 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 blah. This is the reason why I'm being removed from cabinet. None of that was true. None of that was the reason why he was being removed from cabinet at all. Now, on Friday, Mr. Saunders sent out a message. Hold on, let me check my messages, honey child. He sent out a message to his group of people that he has. He has this list, and he always sends out this thing talking about one love. And so he sent this out, and I'm going to read it to you now, because, of course, he wants to take credit for this and saying that, oh, look at me. I was telling y'all that we can't afford no $2 billion project. Well, let me tell y'all something. When someone has to be deceptive and they have to lie and mislead you in order to get you to support their position, that is when you should be concerned. That is when you should go, wait a minute. Why on earth would he be saying this? On Thursday, he sent this long message about, I'm not going to leave you in suspense any further. And the second paragraph, to wonder what is really going on and where there are material differences between Premier Panton and me. The first major difference is the Integrated Waste Solid Management System, otherwise known as ISWMS. Some of you may know it as the dump project. Actually, we don't, but anyway. So he goes on to say, if you want the truth to what is really going on, I implore you to ask the Honorable Wayne Panton to release the report from the Office of the Auditor General on the REGEN project. Now, this is so interesting because, again, he knows that Wayne Panton is not in a position to release an Auditor General's report that isn't public. So he's calling on Mr. Panton to do something that he knows that, number one, Mr. Panton can't do because this is a report that was given to cabinet, so it's not a public document at this stage. And secondly, he thinks he's smart. He's playing a lot of mind games. These are the kind of people that when you have them in your life, you better be very, very careful because they'll screw you up psychologically because they play these narcissistic gaslighting type of games, right? So he knows that Mr. Panton doesn't likely even have this report. I'm sure Mr. Panton wasn't stealing the documents out of his office when he left. So who he should be asking to release the report if he thinks that that is the thing to do, which would be breaching all protocols for non-public report, is Juliana O'Connor Connolly. Why are you asking Mr. Panton to release it? But Mr. Panton is going to come on the show tomorrow, and we're going to ask him the question. Quite frankly, Chris Saunders says, why don't you release the report? And we want to know, why didn't you release the report? Now, in light of not having this report, and I don't have the report, let me be very honest with you, I do not have the report, right? And I can also tell you that Mr. Panton is not going to tell you what's in the report unless it was a public report and he had permission to share what was in the report. So Chris wants he wants Wayne Panton to release an Auditor General's report to the public that the Auditor General themselves have not released to the public. Have it make sense? Have it make sense now. Pay attention to the doublespeak and the nonsense. Now, he's also making a very large jump for us to conclude that in the Auditor General's report, it must be supporting his position, which is this is not value for money and it's not, $2 billion is something that the government cannot afford. Well, I'm going to give a little bit of leeway here. That may be what the Auditor General's report says. We will not know because we don't have access to the report. What I can tell you is in the report, I have understood that she did not have all of the available documents to even give a proper assessment of this project. And there are tons of document after document after document. Okay? So let's start at the beginning. Amber, I'm glad you're here because I recall you, I think it was you, who was giving Kathy kudos for killing this deal. And I'm going to show you why you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. And this is exactly what this government has done. I got my notes, honey child. I did my research over the weekend. Auntie, don't show up to class not being prepared. And we're going to go into a little bit of overtime off air. So those of you listening on air, on the radio, get your live stream ready, because this takes a little bit of understanding, okay? First of all, Chris Saunders had said this is a $2 billion deal, okay? But he never bothered to tell y'all the full truth of what that represents and what that is. Stick a pin now. Listen to me carefully. When he got into office, power is not for everybody. Let me say that first and foremost. Some of y'all can't handle power, and that's why please don't run for elected office, because you lose all your ish when you get a little position. When he got in, deputy premier, finance minister, he rolls up on people connected to the DART project and says to them, oh, this $2 billion project, we can't afford this. What are y'all doing? Okay. Some of y'all just not professional, but that we'll leave that part of the conversation for another day. Then they said to him, they said, Mr. Saunders, if you, Minister Saunders, I suppose they probably addressed him correctly. If you actually think that we're making one pile of money off of this project, why don't you do it yourselves? Take it. Government, take the REGEN project and you all get it done. As soon as they said that to him in the conversation, he starts fumbling. Sir, don't be stupid. Okay? When you roll up on people and trying to flex about a project that people have spent countless man hours on, and we're going to talk about that here in a second, that you know nothing about really. You're talking about you just look at $2 billion. Why don't you try being honest and stop pushing up your chest on people like you don't have no sense? Okay? Be a professional and be honest with the people, because wouldn't it make a difference? Amber, join into the conversation. Would it not make a difference to you if you understood the cost, which is 1.6 billion, not 2 billion, but let's give him the 2 billion. Would it make a difference if you knew that that was the both the setup cost and the operational cost for a 25-year period? 25 years. Hold on now. Chris Saunders is a money man, or so he wants us to believe. He's a financial guru. You take 1.6 or even 2 billion, divide that up over 25 years, and you get $40 million per annum. Okay. Let's talk about what other government departments have budgets of $40 million per annum to run a modern day waste management facility. And that's what he's saying the government can't afford? Oh, yes, honey chat. The government can't afford it. Apparently, Kathy made some reference to the what's the document called? The FFR, whatever, financial. Oh Lord, let me see here now. Oh, I always get this wrong. They have to stay within the FFR provisions, right? So she made reference to, we would be outside of the provisions of the FFR for 2026 if we continue. My apologies. If we continue with this deal. Right. Well, you're not going to be outside this fiscal framework if you continue with the deal. That's not where the issue is. The issue is framework for fiscal responsibility. The issue is you're going to be outside of it because Juliana O'Connor Connolly and the rest of you people in the government are hemorrhaging money now that you don't have. That's where the problem comes in. The $50 million school. That's where the money, this is where the problem comes in. She's going to be hemorrhaging money left, right, and center on other capital projects and other things that she wants, as opposed to getting a modern day waste management facility for this country. So this comes down to prioritizing. This comes down to the $150 million in borrowing that they have undertaken. That's where the issue is. Okay? So don't blame it on the REGEN project. To clarify something that I found very, very interesting, not only is that amount over a 25-year period, including both the initial setup and operational cost, but in addition to that, folks, a large portion of that, some $700 million, is DEH and what they would be doing in terms of, because they would still give them the task of doing the initial collection of the garbage. But now you're going to say to me, so well, wait a minute, Sandy. So Chris Saunders wouldn't tell us that the DEH budget forecasting of $700 million, that's almost $1 billion. Get where I'm going with this, is an expense that we're going to have on DEH regardless of whether there is a waste management facility? He surely didn't. So almost half the cost is a government agency for doing what they do now. Y'all go look at the budget for DEH and come again. This is where you need to stop making these politicians talk nonsense in your ear. Okay? DEH has talked about how they are years behind. Okay? The Auditor General in 2018 talked about $2 million worth of problems at DEH. And those problems continue. They've not been rectified. So you have a 25-year project at $2 billion. At least $700 million of that is for the Department of what is their initial stand for again? Environmental health, to actually collect the garbage over 25 years. Their role in this. And are we going to stop garbage collection just because this project doesn't go through? I don't think so. You're still going to be spending this kind of money on DEH regardless, except now you have no modern facility whatsoever. All right. If Juliana O'Connor Conley hadn't borrowed $150 million, if she had not allocated $50 million plus to a BRAC school that she refuses to share the business case because it doesn't support the spending of that kind of money, she would not be having Kathy sit up there like a fool talking about how, oh, we're in trouble financially. And we have to worry about the framework for fiscal responsibility. So they're going to kill an entire project that we have needed at least for the last 25 years because they just want to spend money on whatever and how they wish to spend it. It's all a matter, folks, here of priority. The other thing that Kathy said is that basically, oh yes, they can breach this contract. Now let's talk about how they've done it. First of all, they never told the DART organization, which is leading the conglomerate group that will be handling this project, right? They won the bid. They have never informed them of the cancellation of this contract. Now, stick a pin. Let's back it up here. I'm a business owner, yes? And I have a contract with government. They decide to cancel the contract. They get into House of Parliament and make the announcement that they're canceling the contract, and they've not yet notified me as a party to the contract. Need I tell you that there are people who are watching this government and wondering which, they always talk about private public partnerships. Which company in their right mind would have a public partnership with the Cayman Islands government when they do nonsense like this. These are not good business practices. When you have a contract, right? There are things that are written into the contract. If you want to negotiate, if you want to do things, I'm going to talk about that here in a second. The renegotiation of this was already being done. And they just decided, oh, they're going to just cancel the whole thing. They don't care. What they did was they notified the parties that we're thinking about it. Okay, well, thinking about something and doing something are two different things. Then you get up in a House of Parliament and you announce to the entire world that you're canceling the contract. Think about the level of confidence. If you were a business owner and you wanted to do a private public partnership with the Cayman Islands government, think now to yourselves the amount of confidence you would have in this government if this is how they do business. There's certain things in the world of business you do not do. You have to be professional. The ways that you handle contractual agreements and disagreements when there's a contract in place. She claims that, oh, there's not going to be any repercussions. I'm thinking, I know that she went to law school. Did she get any decent grades in contract law? Because if you think you can just jump up and cancel a contract without possible ramifications, you ain't got no sense. There's a big possibility of a lawsuit being on the table here. But they don't want to tell you all that because they want you to believe that this is the best decision and the best interest of the people to save you money. And even that foundational statement is a complete lie. And I'm going to talk to you about why that is misrepresenting the facts. Let's see how she answered the question.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wonder, I'll say to the Minister, I'm aware of the meetings that took place last year with the communities and the recommendations that they made. Can you say whether any consideration has been given to reducing the speed limits?
Oh, no, hold on. We're gonna fast forward. Let's fast forward a little bit here.
Statements by honorable ministers and members of the cabinet.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Sustainability and Climate Resiliency to make a statement.
All right. Okay, we're waiting on her to make a statement. Come on. All right, here we go. Okay. I don't want the radio to cut out because of dead air, so let's just give her a second here. Takes a minute. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, thank you again for this opportunity to make this statement with regards to the ISWIMS, or more specifically, the Integrated Solid Waste Management System, known to us parliamentarians as ISWIMS, often referred to in the media as REGEN, and for those persons who are listening who may not be aware of either references, I am referring to the project at the Georgetown landfill. The purpose of my statement today is to provide the long-anticipated update on the Georgetown landfill project. Mr. Speaker, when I became the minister in November 2023, the project agreement had only a matter of days remaining before the long stop deadline of 30th November 2023. However, at that time, certain outstanding condition precedents from both the government and the DART consortium were not achievable by the 30th of November. Not being able to meet this deadline meant that a new long stop date would need to be agreed upon between both parties, as well as the new date for financial close for the project. After reviewing the project agreement, it was decided that before extending the long stop date and agreeing a new date of financial close, all of the elements of the project agreement would need to be considered. This decision was made to ensure that once a new financial close date was set, it would indeed be met. Mr. Speaker, some examples of the condition precedents that remain to be agreed between the parties included the following: risk and insurance, that is, liability and indemnity issues, and local company control issues.
Okay. I don't know why she keeps muting her mic.
Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the full business case for the project costs for the project sets out that the power purchase agreement is to be signed on or prior to the effective date of the project agreement. As such, this originally was one of the condition precedents of the project agreement. Mr. Speaker, upon reviewing the project agreement, it was determined that this particular condition had been removed. Members were advised that the reason why the condition was removed was due to the fact that the negotiations relating to the power purchase agreement were becoming protracted, and it was removed to avoid any further delay of closing with the project agreement. This matter was considered by the members, and there was also a growing concern on the negotiations relating to the cost per kilowatt hour. Cabinet was reliably informed that the government had previously indicated to CUC that it was mindful to accept the proposed energy rate or power purchase price, but with some caveats. As such, the mechanics around these caveats were still being discussed, which meant that a final price had not yet been agreed.
All right, so let me just pause it there, right? We'll pick up on some other elements of what she says, but let me just pause it there for a second. So once again, you have certain cabinet members, John, Julie, to be specific, who were cabinet members when this agreement was signed, now pushing Kathy forward to make this announcement that they actually agreed to a contract that essentially what she said thus far is had too many elements of the contract that were still open and still not decided upon. How is it that the previous government signed this agreement? Here's something I want to say before we lose airtime, because y'all need to understand something. Another thing that they did, which was extremely interesting and illogical all at the same time, is they have an agreement, a land transfer agreement, right? Which basically gives the DART organization a large part of the dump, if not eventually the entire thing. So for years now, they have been trying to cap the dump so that they can stop the seepage of all of that environmentally hazardous material into the North Sound. Fair enough. That land transfer agreement was signed separate and apart from the primary agreement, if you will, of the REGEN project. But it's part of the bigger agreement. So in other words, our politicians, our government has given up the land in a separate agreement. The land is not yet transferred, but it is controlled, and the work has been being done by the DART organization to professionally cap it off and to stop the environmental disaster that we have called Mount Trashmore for far too long. Listen to me carefully. With the cancellation of this agreement, ask yourselves what is going to happen to that land transfer agreement. They're not tied in that way. So Kathy needed to explain to the people of the Cayman Islands, we're going to cancel the REGEN project, but the collateral that we had in this, the biggest stake that we had, we've already given to the DART organization. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Tell DART that, oh, you're not going to honor the land transfer agreement? Oh, really? Say you put it out to tender and you put it out to bid again. And the dark conglomerate says, we're tired of people not knowing what they're doing. We're not going to go back into this. And I'm going to tell you all of the years of work that they're now throwing out that has been done in relation to this project that they don't talk about. The $25 million that has already been spent on this project that they don't talk about. When they're talking about wasting money, ending this agreement and the way in which they're doing it is the biggest wastage of money possible. It makes no sense. They've already done an EIA. Money has already been spent. A good portion of that far section, which is close to Camana Bay, of the landfill has already been capped off, and they've been working on that. Government has been footing the bill and paying for all of these things. Lawyers' fees, right? Project managers, all sorts of experts. All of this stuff has already been paid for. So you're going to waste $25 million plus claiming that you're trying to save the people of the Cayman Islands money by starting the whole process over? Somebody who knows a thing or two about money, explain to me how this would make any sense. This is completely illogical. How does this make any sense? How does this save? Let's just talk about the concept of trying to save the people of the Cayman Islands money. How does this save us any money? It doesn't. We have wasted money on this project. And now that the project is not going to go forward, all that money has gone down the drain for no good reason. Technical fees, legal fees, advisor fees, the EIA, which took some 2.5 years to get done and to be completed. In October of 2021, there was a 271-page terms of reference for the EIA for the REGEN project. There were public meetings. So you can't quantify the years upon years of public meetings, consultation fees, lawyers' fees. I mean, those you can quantify. But people spending their time on this project, how do you ever? Here's a screenshot from DOE. I think this is, oops, that's the wrong one. This one here. Back in 2021, talking about, making reference to this terms of reference for the REGEN project. Formerly, the Integrated Solid Waste Management System has been finalized. Then they opened it up. Technical report of the results with a 21-day grace, 21-day period of public consultation and public meetings. They had countless public meetings, folks, in relation to this. All of this time is now gone. And, I think part of the issue is politicians don't understand a fundamental rule of business because most of them do not have a successful business. They've never ran a business in their entire lives. They don't understand that time is money, right? And that you will never get that time back. Here's another one from December of 2022. This is the largest capital project, I think, thus far that the government would be undertaking. I mean, if they ever get around to doing the East-West Arterial, that would then take over as being the largest. But there's a lot of moving parts to this, without a doubt. So it's not going to happen overnight. This government is fully aware. Here's something else that you need to, again, the devil's in the details, that you need to understand with what is going on here. When they talk about the FFR and, we're going to get in trouble in 2026 with the FIR, like we got to be careful with their fiscal management, blah, 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 blah. Okay. A very astute person made the following observation. They said, but Sandy, that does not even hold any truth to it, right? If that's the primary reason why it's been canceled, that can't be the case. Because government only has to inject the equity into this after it's completely done. So listen very, very carefully. The consortium, the DOT consortium, they're going to take the risk up front of building it, operating it. Several months into operating it is when government's going to go, oh, okay. Yeah, okay, it's working. Now we're going to inject our equity into this. At best, if they started it this year, which you know wouldn't happen, they're looking at the end of 2027 before they would get to that point. So when you hear them talking about the FFR provisions and projections for 2026 being influenced by this, they are lying to you, the people of the Cayman Islands. Why? Why would you say that, Kathy, if it's not true? Is it because people like Chris Saunders, John, and Juliana O'Connor Connolly are telling you what to say, and you yourself don't even understand what it is you're saying and how this project is going to work, although it falls under your ministry? Wouldn't it have been your responsibility since taking over in November to get details like this of the project so that you could be more informed? It's not right that you're allowing other politicians, including Premier Juliana O'Connor Connolly, to put political pressure on you to do something and to make statements in Parliament that are wholly inaccurate and untrue. Because then, listen, I'm speculating that she's the one who's put you up to this. Unless you come to the people. Yeah, Robert said, pop off time now, radio time finished. Let me turn off the radio feed. Unless you come to the people and you admit your own shortcomings, admit that you've not done your homework, admit that you've not talked to all parties involved, that you have not done a thorough review of anything, that you're just going after what you have been instructed to say. Unless you are willing to admit that, we're going to take you at face value and say that you're the one who's choosing to lie to the people of the Cayman Islands. Now, Kathy, I know it ain't you, but what I know is you don't have enough backbone to say to these people, hold on a second, I have some questions. Why am I standing up in Parliament talking about non-compliance with FFR provisions and projections for 2026 when we know the likelihood is this project does not come online until 2027 or maybe even realistically 2028? No. That's because Julie must have her way. And in order for her to have her way, she's going to throw you under the bus. And y'all are missing it. Kathy, come in, Kathy, because I know you can go back and listen and get all up in your feelings about this. This is the same woman. And when you took over as Speaker of the House, remember, said to you, scolded you publicly in front of everybody else, and basically told you you're not fit to be Speaker of the House and you don't know what you're doing. Don't forget it now, you know. I remember seeing the embarrassment on your face. And I remember her evil vitriol and comments towards you. You don't know what you're doing as Speaker of the House. That's not the rules. That's not how it's done. She scolded you like a little girl. So I suppose if you have that kind of personality where you're going to allow somebody like her to scold you without responding, then of course, when she comes a calling and saying you killed this project, get rid of Jennifer Ahern. That's why they had to get rid of Jennifer, because she was going to block them trying to kill this project. She was also going to block them trying to deal with the NCC in the manner in which they want to do so. So you remove the civil servant who was the problem, just like John did before. Now I'm going to tell y'all something. There are a lot of conversations that I have with people that I hold very, very confidential and I do not share. Okay? But when I see people who are elected officials lying to the people of the Cayman Islands, it is my obligation and my responsibility, if I know differently, to inform you all of my knowledge. Okay? Even if it means breaching confidentiality with some of these so-called elected officials. And I'm going to do that here today. It is unusual for me to do it. And I am only doing it to prove to you how incredibly duplicitous some people are in this whole REGEN situation. All right? Because you need to understand the motive. What is motivating people to kill this? All right. Let's go back to Chris Saunders. Back in, let me pull up the date because I don't want to get it wrong now. When Jennifer Ahern was removed under John as minister. This was back in hold on here now. I think it was July of 2019. Okay. Yes. And a big headline, Ahern is out. And it was about basically the minister instructing Vance Manderson to remove her as his chief officer. I was like, this was big news. Like, why? Why would he do that? Chris Saunders called me and said, Sandy, can you believe? Listen, a lot of people don't like Jennifer Ahern, whatever. They don't like her personality. I don't know the woman, so I don't have any feelings one way or the other about her. But he said, can you imagine, of all the different things that we might have been able to say, well, maybe she wasn't really performing in this area, blah, blah, blah. The one time that she is actually doing her job. Remember now, he wouldn't have been part of government. He was on the backbench. The one time she was actually doing her job and doing it well in relation to the REGEN project is when the PPM government and John decide to get rid of her. He went on to say, this woman is crossing every T and dotting every I, making sure that we, the people of the Cayman Islands, are getting value for money in relation to this project. Come, Miss Stacy. Doing all of these things, and they get rid of her? Why on earth would they do that? This a new recipe again? Lord Jesus, thank you. Why would they do that? Well, they would do it because John knows why they would do it. She was getting in the way of their ambitions, even in relation to this project. Ask John which of his friends, politically and otherwise, and Chris Saunders, which of his friends, politically, that they're trying to help get a piece of this REGEN project and this REGEN apple pie. Let me call it apple pie as I'm about to eat a piece of chocolate muffin. Look at that. Thank you, Miss Stacy. That one good. Yes, sir. We got 2 muffins today, honey child, with chocolate and without chocolate. Delicious. So these are the questions. So you mean to tell me if back in 2021, did I say 2021? No. Yeah, 2019, my apologies. July of 2019, Chris Saunders' position was that Jennifer Ahern was in there working hard for the people to try to make sure we got this right and we were going to get value for money. in relation to this REGEN project, John at the time, oh God, this is so delicious, had other ideas and didn't want Jennifer in the way. And that's why he removed her. What changed between 2019 and 2024? All right. Let me continue laying some facts out. Okay. Remember what I told you the real budget is going to be for this project? Good morning, caller.
Morning, Auntie Sandy. It's Johan. How's it going?
Johan, morning. How are you?
All right. Sorry to interrupt you mid-flow, but in light of all of the background that you're giving us, I think there's 3 questions that I have that I think your platform can possibly get the answers to. One, first question, if there's an Auditor General's report that was issued, I think I saw something in a message from Chris Saunders that you alluded to earlier, that there was a report possibly from 2022, and now that the project has officially been canceled or halted, whatever word you want to use, wouldn't it be normal now for the government of the day to make that Auditor General's report about the REGEN project public? That's the first thing. And
well,
if not,
I asked the same question. Why is he asking?
No, I'm not talking about him because he's not in a position.
No. But if he wants it released, then say to this government, the premier, to release it.
No, fair enough. But okay, so now Johan Mark, some citizen of the Cayman Islands of sound mind and body and eating way too much brownies, is formally asking their government of the day in order to move away from the sort of conspiracies and everything else. Would it be possible, we are asking, that the government make that Auditor General's report public,
yes,
so that we can better understand? Because right now we have a statement from the government of the day in Parliament, which
that we
fine.
can't fact check that part of it.
Well, I just think that the actual report being made public will address some questions that we have and may lead to others. But when you negotiate a project over a 7-year period, and it doesn't matter who it is, whether it's this government, the last government, or the government before that, I think some of the points that you made, that for 25 years, this has been a priority for the country. We can't verify how much it costs until we see something in writing. But I think it would serve the country best if we were able to get a copy of that, if the report was made public and put into the public domain. That's the first question. Second question is, I'm not sure how I'm not a communications person. I think the closest thing I come to communications is when I call into your show. But wouldn't it be logical now for the DART group to issue a statement? Because I would have thought that if it is true that they did not know the deal was canceled, that is probably not how the system is supposed
let me tell you
work.
something. They still haven't received any official notice that it's canceled, despite Kathy getting up in Parliament and saying that.
I'm sorry. The country got official notice. So if they're waiting for a letter to that, that's a poor excuse. The country is aware. Every man and his dog is aware, based on the questions and answers and the statement that was made, that the deal is canceled. So now it behooves them to, after 7 years, perhaps they can tell us how much will the Cayman Islands government
Let me
owe
stick a pin there, Johan. Do you think it would have made more sense? You're a small business owner. Do you think it would have been more logical for the government and the DART organization to sit down and have a press conference around this situation?
I think it would have saved everybody a whole lot of embarrassment.
They want to do a press conference and all sorts of other stuff. So why not this? Here's what I do know, and I'm going to fill you in on this. The DART organization has not made any public statements, and they've also not made any statements to the Cayman Islands government because they're considering their position. You understand legally what that means, right?
No, I get that completely, but they also have assets out there on the opposition side that are preaching their message and carrying their message. Let's stop pretending that everybody's lily white in this thing. They have people on the other side that are fully versed as to what their position is, what their options are, and what they're doing. The questions that come from the opposition come from an informed position that multiple stakeholders have on many issues. So let's not pretend that they don't have avenues of.
But if they haven't decided, for example, if they haven't decided if they're going to take the litigation route or whatever, why make a statement? Make that decision first. I'm just saying.
Okay, fine. No, that's fine. But here's the thing. If you don't want to give a full statement, don't give a full statement. How much do the people of the Cayman Islands owe the DART organization and the DART conglomerate after a 7-year negotiation? Because nobody absorbs that level of cost for free. Nobody. I don't care if you're a bazillionaire.
It's not. No. Let's be clear. This is where, again, our government is either being dishonest or they're completely ignorant to the fact that they are the ones who are paying for the remediation of the dump. My indications is in excess of $25 million has already been spent on this project. That's what I'm saying. Killing this project doesn't make any money sense, which is what they're claiming they're doing it for.
Only the people that made the decision understand why they made it. My concern is, as a member of the public, you cannot afford we as a country cannot afford for millions of dollars to get poured into projects and nothing come out of it at the end, because if you do it for this one, you're going to do it for 5 others. And
but they've already done it. Hold on, stick a pin. Minimum wage, we can redo that. Immigration reform, we can redo that. The borders election commission report, we can redo that. What is wrong with this government?
Whether it's this government, the next government, or the previous government, my concern is this. If you engage in expensive projects that never see the light of day, money has been spent. And when you spend and you accumulate all of those different things, that, in my mind, given my conservative and cheap sort of way, that accelerates the need to implement some form of additional revenue measure, which would likely lead to some form of direct taxation of some kind, whether it's VAT, whether it's a capital gains tax, whether it's a personal income tax. You never know. You just can't afford to take a hit on things and have an unfunded pension liability of probably $2 billion now, even though it's off the books, and say that we're in a good financial position. Ultimately, whenever there are bad decisions that are made and money is lost, the taxpayers of this country, the people that live here, will effectively go from a form of indirect taxation to a form of formal taxation, because nobody can afford to be out of pocket 25, 30 million or whatever the number is for anything.
But yet they claim that they're worried about the country's financial position and the FFR provisions. Can they really be?
Again, I don't know. I don't have the data. It's the right thing to say. They probably have more information than us, but we will only be able to have an informed conversation when they make those reports public so that we can digest it and effectively understand what the tipping point was. Because, again, nobody's going to go 7 years into a project, absorb a whole lot of costs, and just walk away from it. So that would be the thing that I'd ask you and the members of the media.
So if government gets sued again and wastes millions again on lawsuits and bringing in all sorts of people, the part of her speech where she claims there'll be no ramifications for canceling this contract, we need to start making them pay for it. Start making these MPs bear the cost of this kind of foolish decision.
Well, I'll just close off by saying this. It's important to know that on the eve of the 2021 election, the Progressives signed a contract and told us that the project was ready to go and it was a plug and play. That was a lie.
Yes, it was. And who was part of the Progressive government? John was in cabinet, and so was Juliana O'Connor Conley, who's now premier of this country.
Well, they're in a position to know. They're in a position to tell us what happened then and what is happening now.
Yeah. So they sat in cabinet and allowed this to happen then, because I agree with you that it was nowhere near ready to go. And my understanding is the Auditor General's report, although she questioned whether or not we were getting value for money, the real assessment was, I can't even really say for sure if we are, if we're not, because there's too many elements of this that are still outstanding and that are missing.
That's
But Juliana O'Connor Conley and John Dwayne Seymour signed us, along with the rest of the PPM, Alden, Joey, Mr. McTaggart, all of them that were cabinet members. I don't think Joey's a cabinet member, but the cabinet members signed us up for this.
No, he was a minister of planning. He was a cabinet member. He took great pride telling the country that everything was done. But the point that I'm making is we will never know what was real. We will never know what they agreed and signed up to. We will never know what has been spent to date. We will never know if we got value for money if we never have an official report, investigation, or something that speaks to the issue. And all I'm saying now, in 2024, it rings hollow for Mr. Hugh or anybody on the opposition side to fake concern when they signed us up to merely a letter of an intention to extend the negotiations, because they will tell you in one breath that they had a solution that was ready. If the solution was ready, it would have been plugged and played in at the start of the administration of the 2021 government that they were called PAC then. But my point is, everybody's going to play politics. We've got an election down the road. I get it. But stop telling the country a bag of bullshit about they had a solution that was ready. It is pious, it is disingenuous for Joseph Hugh and any member of the Progressives to stand up and speak as if they had the solution and everything was ready. That is a flagrant and blatant lie. And we as citizens of this country need to understand the only time we're going to see the truth is when we see it in an official documentation or report that comes from an independent source, and that source should be the Auditor General's office.
Thank you, Johan.
Have a great day.
Thank you very much. 7 years, the original agreement was signed. The first bid they won back in September of 2017. Countless wasting of manpower. EIA reports, manner in which they're dealing with, this is some of my short points here, that they're dealing with private sector partners is very, very questionable at best. Possibly even a contract breach. We'll see if there is a possibility of a legal challenge from the DART organization. There was huge wasting of money from the perspective of people trying to put policy positions together, fees. By the way, let me remind you guys that there's also a report from, what's the name of this organization? KPMG, because the country has no waste management policy whatsoever. The latest, if we can call it that, waste management policy is a KPMG document, which I managed to download yesterday. Let me tell you a little bit about this document. Hold on. It's entitled National Solid Waste Management Strategy for the Cayman Islands, a final report. It is 258 pages. Come and see how much we paid for that report, right? And the date on that, folks, is June of 2016. So the government does not even have a modern day, accurate, reflective in 2024 waste management policy. The last policy they did, they had a private organization, KPMG, put together this document for them, and that was June of 2026. You know how much has changed since June of 2016? My apologies. You know how much has changed since June of 2016, including the population growth of this country? But this is what happens because government takes 2 generations, 3 generations, see it here? To get anything done. They're always going to be behind, and they're always going to be dealing with outdated misinformation, which can impact the decisions that are being made in real time. Remember what I said to you guys about the true cost of this project? CI 1.6 billion, rounded up to 2 billion, because apparently 0.5, almost 0.5 billion, 0.4 billion is not a big deal to Chris Saunders. So he just, throw it in there for good measure and rounded it up. It's 1.6 less the DEH cost to collect, which is in the annual budget already, right? That comes to about $1 billion over a 25-year period. That's $40 million per year. Can I challenge anyone to look at the current budget of the Cayman Islands and tell me what other department is operating on a $40 million budget and y'all think that that's a lot of money? Okay. Let's have a look. When they talk about the fact that, we have another comment that has come in here about Julie wasting money on the black school. When they talk about the fact that this $40 million is a lot of money, I want y'all to think about something. By the way, not for nothing, but back in 2021, we got a report then that the Department of Tourism was going to be spending close to $40 million over the next 2 years, right, on their advertising budget alone. I'm not going after their budget and the justification for it. I'm saying we need to decide. We can spend $40 million over a 2-year period of time. I'm trying to find their latest report on how much they're spending now, the DOT budget. Can somebody send me that? Because it was just reported on recently. Right? So they get a $40 million budget for 2 years. And we're going to invite people to come to this country where we can't even have a decent. Okay, so they're at 12.3 billion for PR and ad agency deals. That's a large part of their budget, right? So we can't even, we're advertising this country. Hey, come to the Cayman Islands, and we can't even have a decent waste management facility. It's not going to be top notch anymore by the time they decide to finally get around to it. Now, I'm no financial guru, but I started to ask some questions about how this works, how you do forecasting, operational costs, and all this kind of stuff. So I've been told that it's capital cost of the project by 2.5 or 3% is how you forecast what the operational costs will be. Any people good with math in the chat right now? Take out your calculators. Do the math for me. If we look at a BRAC school costing $50 million to build, that's the budget. We know it's going to go over budget. Conservatively, I would say $75 million for that school. Okay. So if it's going to be $75 million, can somebody take 75 million and multiply that by 2.5? So that's going to be your operational cost for that school on an annual basis. I don't want to, I want to focus on something here. And I've already touched on this, but I think it's important. Even Hunter, I really wish he was here today, because even Hunter has said in the past, can't remember, I think it was housing. Oh, well, let the DART organization build low-income housing. They can do it. I think it is comical how we want to use and abuse private sector organizations such as the DART organization just because they have money when it suits us and when it suits our needs. And when it doesn't suit us, we want to make them, the big bad wolf who's controlling everything in Cayman because he has all this land and he has all this money. If you guys go back to that conversation, when Hunter made that recommendation, I kind of chuckled and I laughed. And I said, wait a minute, this would be the same DART organization that we're happy to castigate on a regular basis publicly with no qualms about it. Now you want to go beg them to help us solve our low-income housing issue by helping us build quality low-income homes at their expense? Y'all don't understand the world of business. At some point, organizations get sick and tired of getting all this negativity and bad press from governments, countries, individuals, and they start to look at other jurisdictions and other places such as Anguilla that is all too happy to embrace them and what they have to offer and what they're bringing to the table. I'm not saying that you give them everything they want without question. I'm saying that this constant barraging of these organizations, where you don't appreciate the countless scholarships that they give out to Caymanian students to even go to places like CIS, the students that can participate in the robotics program thanks to the sponsorship of the DART organization, the basketball camps that they put on with professional basketball players here at no cost to the community, the millions of dollars that they have injected into organizations like R3, millions of dollars donated for a defense against crime that go directly into, all of our border control agencies to help them buy equipment and all this kind of stuff. At some point, the willpower to be good corporate citizens is going to change if all you do is never appreciate the good that people do and constantly castigate them as evil. In relation to this project, this DART conglomerate was willing to take the risk 100% up front. And it is a substantial risk to put a waste-to-energy facility on a relatively small Caribbean island, such as the Cayman Islands, and commit to operating it for 25 years. Keep in mind, if you go back to the parameters of what the government wanted when they put this out to bid, that was them indicating, them being CIG, the Cayman Islands government, indicating what it was that they wanted. It wasn't a DART organization saying, oh, this is what you want and this is what you need. Even in relation to DEH, because they don't want DEH to disappear. Oh man, Caymanians gonna lose jobs and this and that. We have to keep them employed even if we're not gonna make any money. So $700 million of the project, they're happy to hemorrhage through DEH just to keep Caymanians employed and to keep y'all happy. That's almost 50% of the project cost over the next 25 years. And the sad thing about government departments and agencies is there's no control over their budget whatsoever. So they go over budget all the time. And you guys say nothing about it. So half of the $2 billion, let's round it up to the $2 billion, is going to be a government agency and their costs of the collection of the garbage and what they have to do in relation to that. Why isn't Kathy, the Premier, Chris Saunders, or any other minister saying, oh, but our part that we will ultimately be responsible for, which is half of the budget, we can commit to controlling and keeping under budget? They're not going to do that. And that amount isn't going to change. So I don't know who they think that they're going to get to do this project to any real standard when half of the projected cost is coming from a government department. What a mess. Meantime, we're going to sit back upon the cancellation of this. We're going to sit back and continue to have the usual fire risk, because like I said, the dump is always underneath on fire. right? When it smolders and it comes to the top, there's no sort of safety requirements at the facility. I hear people there wearing whatever they want, coming in and out of that facility. There's no controls there whatsoever. It is an environmental disaster that has been seeping all sorts of God knows what into the North Sound via the canals. And that's going to continue to impact our health, cancer rates, and all sorts of other things in this community. Ask this government to put a price on people's lives when it comes to the high incidence of cancer. Because you have all sorts of fluids and sewage and whatever seeping into your water. Ask them to talk about that. Put a price on the health of our community. It's too expensive to fix this and to get it right. It's really, really, I think, quite unfortunate how this entire thing is being handled. And I'm disappointed. I mean, this government, you think, God, they can't possibly disappoint you anymore. But they continue to disappoint me on a regular basis. So far, the DART organization has capped a portion of it. I don't have the exact percentage yet. But they have been capping it. And the purpose of that is to stop the percolating of waste into the groundwater. Mm-hmm. I think that this government needs to figure out exactly what it is that they want. One of the options for recouping the cost, and the government had agreed to this, so y'all need to know what they had agreed to and what this was going to be, is that they were actually going to recoup the cost from, let me show you exactly what the wording was. Right? This is in their bid, what they wanted. Implement a waste management system that is principally financed on the basis that the waste producer pays. So I know the government was telling you they're the ones who are paying for it, but look at what they actually said in the documentation. A waste management system where what? Principally financed on the basis that the waste producer pays. Now, how that was ultimately going to manifest itself, like, does that mean that every household is now going to be paying for it? Is it only going to be like, properties of a particular size, businesses? All those finer details had not been decided upon. But again, let's look at it. The whole life cycle cost. We believe that the generators of waste should be responsible and bear their proper share of costs for waste management. Implement a waste management system that is principally financed on the basis that the waste producer pays. Right? So this is how, talking about how you're going to finance this. Evaluate and adjust the current financial framework for waste management to ensure that the waste producer pays proportionate to the waste that they generate. Options for the financing of the reference project will include the charging of fees for waste collection and treatment, as well as revenue opportunities for the sale of recyclates and recovered energy. So that's the part now where CUC was kind of going to enter the deal, because, they would have to be waste to energy. The energy that's being produced, CUC would be buying it. Mm-hmm. So, we need to understand exactly what was being agreed to. All right. They talk about a CIG regulatory function be established that is independent of the waste management operations. That has never been done. Government isn't doing anything in terms of moving this project forward, but yet they want to sit down and talk about, oh, they have to kill it because no headway is being made. Well, that isn't entirely true, because under Wayne Panton leadership, for the first year, they did nothing. He took control of it, and he started to make some headway. Since they've removed him, they're now correct to say that no further headway by this UPM government has been made. But whose fault is that? That's their fault. They continue to kick the can down the road as it comes to a proper waste management facility. In fact, the Department of Environment, since there is no regulatory agency as it stands now, they are supposed to be the ones who are regulating what's happening at the dump and going there and doing assessments and whatever. And I can tell you that none of that is actually being done. 100% of our garbage is supposed to be covered according to the industry standards, and tell me who's regulating that, who's overseeing that, and who's ensuring that that's actually being done. Nobody is the short answer. It was making good progress. Then they had poor Mr. Peter Ranger. He was the project manager. Unfortunately, he had a heart attack and passed away. Took the new government a year before they could figure out what they were going to do, if anything. Wayne Panton came into the picture, and to his credit, give the man credit that's due, for the first time since the last election, he wanted to pick up the pieces and start moving forward. And he said, this isn't a perfect agreement. There's a lot that we have to do. We need to iron out the details, but let's get about it. Let's start moving the needle forward. This government has said, we're going to give up. We're not going to move the needle forward. We're going to cancel it and literally undo 7 years worth of investment of people's time and resources and money and $25 million plus and energy and reports and EIAs and all this kind of stuff. It is really unfortunate that the conclusion that they have come to is that this deal has to be killed entirely just to make Miss Julie happy, because I think ultimately that is how she's able to justify and to get her brat school without the UK government coming down on her for the financial position that they're putting the government in, with $150 million worth of borrowing and her $50 million plus school on Cayman Brac. That, folks, is really what this comes down to. We're having to prioritize and pick and choose what we want for the country. There are other elements of this where former politicians and their friends have this concept in their head of, oh, we can do a recycling facility. Don't kid yourself. That is not what we were getting. We were getting a top-notch, world-class waste to management facility. Big shout out to Paul, a friend from Bermuda. He shared with me over the weekend that the island of Bermuda, for over 25 years, has had their own waste to management facility. They're actually looking now to upgrade the facility because it's already out of date. And so I'll share the link here. You can go and read about their waste to energy. He was kind enough to share this PDF document with us, where you can see what they have been doing in that country. From what, is this 1996? In the mid-1980s, the government of Bermuda decided to phase out landfilling of its municipal waste and build a state-of-the-art waste-to-energy incinerator. Contracts for the design, procurement, and installation of the mechanical and electrical plant were left in 1987, but environmental objections led to a 3-year delay. During this time, extensive environmental impact studies were carried out and various design changes initiated. The paper provides an overview of the challenges that dealt with the restarting of the $45 million project at that time, coordinating and design and construction. And it also reviews environmental impact of the plant on this small, isolated mid-Atlantic island. So there's a lot of information here in this document for a country that committed to doing this long before we did. So we have lots of examples. I'm sure we could learn from this project of what to do and what not to do. And I'll share this because you guys might find this interesting. It really lays out, the issues that they ran into. And I dare say, they have a little picture here of it, but I dare say that our facility, obviously, here in 2026, 2027, 2028, would be much different to even this. But now they're looking at having to update this facility. They're doing some upgrades. Imagine. They have a hold on what to do so much better than us, although their facility is now dated and aged, and maybe the life cycle is around 25 years, and now they're having to work on it. Garbage and recycling programs. It's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable that we claim that we're a first-rate country, first world country, whatever we want to call ourselves. And there are literally so many things here that we cannot get right for such a small country. And as our numbers grow and we become larger and we import more people, if we can't get like a decent foundation and grasp on some of these things, my God, what then? You know what I'm saying? We can't get education right. We're happy to destroy the environment at any cost, right? We don't have a proper waste and management facility. Healthcare, if it wasn't for private sector, would be, it's just, it is really, really shocking. We can't continue to make decisions like this that make no sense. They claim that they're doing it for one reason, and that reason is completely illogical, can't be the case. They don't tell you all the details. Like the DART organization is under a separate contract entitled to the dump. What are y'all going to do? You no longer have, I think I took down some notes on the size here, but you no longer have access to that facility. Because we already gave it to them 18 acres, 70 acres overall for the landfill. And the portion that they have is 18 acres. By the way, stick a pin. Here's another thing that y'all need to know. Okay? And this shows you how incredibly duplicitous governments are and how they think that they can use private sector to get to their end result just because they feel like it. There was a portion of land adjacent to the current landfill that the government needed, but they said they couldn't afford it. Listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you now. The government claims that they couldn't afford it, they couldn't pay for it, or we don't know where we're going to get the money from. The DART organization said, okay, we'll purchase it for you. And this is going to be part of this larger situation. And that is 18 acres adjacent to the current landfill. I don't know what side it's on, but it's like 18 acres. So they purchased that for them. And they're supposed to get that in this deal. Now, I don't think any transfers have happened as yet. Tell me something. What's going to happen to those 18 acres? Is government now going to find the money, which they told the DART organization, sorry, we can't afford it. We don't have the money. Are they going to now find the money to buy that 18 acres back from DART? Years after they purchased it from somebody else, and I'm sure the price has gone up. Because once again, when they talk about saving the people of the Cayman Islands money, you tell me, how does this save us money? Because DART, as part of the overall deal, was going to give us that 18 acres. Like, okay, this is, we're trying to give you guys value for money. You claim you couldn't afford it. We purchased it, and we will give you that. Now you killed the deal. We ain't giving you that. You're going to pay market value for it, which I don't know how many millions that going to be. But tell me, how does that make any sense? Where is the value for money? It's just crazy. I don't know. Like, you guys are making some really, really poor decisions that is just like, what on earth? Anyway, I hope that, we've been able to lend a little bit more information to the discussion today. Again, to be clear, no notice of termination, no correspondence in relation to that has actually been provided to the DART organization. And I think that, again, as businesses go, I'm sitting here looking at this from the perspective of a business owner. Imagine if I had a contract with government and they pull that bullshit move. You're going to get up in a public format and say, oh yeah, we're canceling this agreement, but you don't have the courtesy of notifying us. That's so unprofessional. Who are these people? Kathy has a law degree, but clearly she's never worked in a professional environment in her life. I don't think she completed her article. She was over at the legal department, but my God, did they not teach you all, when you're dealing with contracts and whatever, you go back to the parties and you have a discussion before you put it out in the public domain about what you're doing with it? Think about it. A lot of you are small business owners, medium-sized business owners. How would you feel if government did that to you? Or they just jump up and make an announcement about a contract that you have with them, and you're like, what? That's news to us. What? And then you expect in the future to have partnerships with these individuals? You want them to help you with other stuff? Listen, in the world of business, there is a good deal of truth to the reciprocity. What's the word? Is that the right word? Reciprocity? No. What's the word I'm looking for? Reciprocal relationships, basically, right? And that is based on like a degree of goodwill between the parties. If you don't have goodwill between parties, how are you going to enter into contracts with people? You don't even know that you can trust the people that you're entering into contracts with. But you see, again, we have elected people who have no professionalism. They claim they have law degrees. You have to wonder if they even understand contract law 101 or any of the basics. And they just go in there and they try to represent us. And it's like, whatever. It's just a free-for-all. They do whatever they want. And it's an unfortunate and very, very, very unprofessional and sad situation. And my biggest concern is we've already spent 7 years, countless millions of dollars on this project, and we are going to see nothing as a result of that. That cannot be acceptable. That cannot be the way in which we do business in this country. This is the foundation. You need to look now at the bigger picture. Step out of the box of, oh, this is just a REGEN project. If governments operate in this way, I mentioned this last week, they're asking good citizens to give of their time to be on boards and different, exploratory committees and so on. And then you do all of this work, you put all these reports together within the parameters that they have set. And then they throw it out. They're throwing out the baby with the bathwater again. They don't care. And there's numerous examples. There is, like I was saying to Johan, minimum wage. Oh, we're going to redo it all. Why? There was already consideration of doing it by industry in there. So that can't be the reason why. Although that's what they're claiming, that makes no sense. When government puts these exploratory committees, whether it's the minimum wage commission or whatever, together, they give them the parameters in which they should be operating so that they're not on a frolic of their own. Look at the Boundaries Commission. Oh, yeah, we don't like that report, so we're going to reject it and just start all over again. We'll pick another group of people. How is the result going to be any different? Are you going to be more clear with your instructions on what your expectations are, what it is that you're looking for? Or is the real position that they will never accept anything if it's not what they want? And if that's the case, what is the point of having independent people sit on these committees at all? What's the point of having the technocrats, the experts, do the background research, collate the data, put it all together, and give you a report if you're simply not going to listen to them in any event? Think about what they did with minimum wage. The recommendation was, what was it, $8.50 an hour. They come in, oh yeah, well, we're going to do $7 an hour for just this specific industry. When they know that in that industry where they're already getting gratuities, that's not no raise for nobody. That's neither here nor there. This is when they're doing it because we're coming into an election year and it's all about the optics. We need to look past the optics and look at the reality of what these MPs are actually doing. The poor decisions that they are engaged in that makes our lives difficult every single day. Immigration reform. The country has been calling for that forever. They had Mr. Steve Macfield heading up that, and they're going to reject that report too. How many reports? All professionals are now sitting back going, oh yeah, when government comes calling about they want me to sit on an advisory committee, I'm not doing it because I'm wasting my time. And like I said, time is valuable. Time is money. And this government has no respect for your time or our money as the people of this country. They can waste our money on so many different things. It's shocking and unbelievable. All right, folks, I don't know what else to say. Thank you, Miss Tanya. She says, excellent discussion. It's a situation that has more questions than answers. Thank you. It is very, very unfortunate because, it's an illogical decision as far as I'm concerned. And so for those of you who have seen, I think Mario posted something talking about Kathy for, reciprocity. I think that was the word I was looking for. Kathy posted something, what's his name? Mario posted something, but Kathy for Premier, because it's such a great decision. I think you guys, unfortunately, is you're very, very short-sighted, and I don't really know, where that comes from. So I think that unfortunately, it's just crazy. We can't have somebody from Premier who does not even think about the consequences of canceling a contract. I mean, that would be the worst Premier ever. Well, we have one there now, which, she is canceling contracts. She's doing it. It's just that she doesn't want to be the one to stand up and do it and take responsibility for it. So she's going to let Kathy take the hit. Well, Kathy, I got word that y'all were upset on Friday. Oh, Sandy was going hard on Kathy, blah, blah, blah. I said, really? We've gotten to the point in this country where we can't even question the decisions of our elected members and what they're saying in cabinet, what they're doing, without them feeling like they're being attacked. Y'all work for us, not for nothing. But let me turn this up just a little bit now. You work for the people. We have a right and an obligation, I dare say, to question what you guys are up to and what you're doing. Because ultimately, it's our lives that are going to be impacted by this. It's our money that is being wasted. It's our health, our environment that is going to be negatively impacted by the decisions that you guys sit down in cabinet. The handful of you make these decisions, and you think that you are omnipotent, that you can make a decision with nobody questioning you. That's why recently one MP said to me, cabinet is supreme. And I said, how is cabinet supreme? Y'all go, first of all, you need to go back to school, right? When in law school, we talked about the separation of government and not cabinet, but the legislature, parliament being supreme. There's always caveats to that. In other words, everybody has rules. So cabinet is not supreme in the way that, like, if you take the term supremacy to, the farthest conclusion, like we can do whatever we want. No, you can't. Cabinet is subject to certain restrictions as well. And so is Parliament. You can be sued as the government. And we've seen that time and time again. So they're rolling up on me, oh, cabinet is supreme. I said, really? If cabinet is supreme, you would have never been sued and you would have never had your decisions in a court of law overturned. So you can't be supreme. Oh, yeah, well, Sandy. Yeah, okay, well, maybe I misspoke. You right, Stop talking foolishness. Because you're trying to talk to people and you're taking advantage of people who don't understand. And that's why they say, for lack of knowledge, we shall perish as a people. Because if you do not take the time to pay attention and to try to understand and to try to learn, that is what these MPs are banking on. That you don't know what's going on, and they're going to tell you X, Y, and Z, and you're going to take their word for it, and you're going to believe them just because they say so. And let me caution you. The majority of them are either duplicitous, dishonest, could be all of the above, but I'm going to give you some options. Duplicitous, dishonest, or completely devoid of any real knowledge themselves. So they're allowing other people to control them and control the narrative that they're putting out in the community and to control the very decisions that they are making. And so don't be jumping up, talking about you gonna give them, oh yeah, she should be premier. Premier when she can't even stand on her own 2 feet and do the right thing. Premier when she has done no research to come to this conclusion. When she's not talked to any of the parties. People have been working on this in excess of 7 years. Ask yourself which of those people Minister Wilkes would have sat down and spoken to. But this is who y'all want to put in the position of being premier? How many of those documents that the government has signed up to in relation to this REGEN project has she even bothered to have a look at? Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
You forgot one option on your list, all of the above.
Yeah, well, I kind of stopped partway and said that too, because of course that's always a real possibility.
recently I tried to hold the government accountable financially for really not respecting the document that in the Cayman Islands is supposed to be supreme.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to make a comment on this whole separation of powers and stuff before I say what I have to say. In the UK, you have parliamentary sovereignty.
Mm-hmm.
In the Cayman Islands, you have a constitutional supremacy. So it's not the cabinet that has the final say.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Constitution. And I don't know if you remember me raising an issue when they changed the name from Legislative Assembly to Parliament.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why that's important is because they're trying to behave as if they are a body with sovereignty. But in fact, they are a body that's subordinate to the House of Commons. And so the difference between a parliament, which is the House of Commons in the UK, is that they're supreme.
Mm-hmm.
And a legislative assembly is subordinate to the parliament, the House of Commons. But we've tried to socialize Caymanians to believe that we have a parliament, meaning, well, sovereign?
Mm-hmm.
No, we don't. All they did was complicate the conversation because you now have to explain all of this nonsensical labeling, which is for their own for their own benefit politically. But so they're claiming that cabinet is sovereign. That's not true.
Mm-hmm.
It's the not sovereign, supreme.
Right.
The Cayman Islands Constitution order is the one that is supreme. And ironically, my complaint was to hold government accountable for not respecting a provision of that Constitution order.
Mm-hmm.
And basically what I was saying was that, and I spoke about it in the context of the firearms bill, but it wasn't as much about firearms as it was about finance.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And because when you say that you're going to amend a bill, the Constitution in Section 77.3 requires you to articulate, this is the financial minister needs to get up and explain what the financial consequences will be, which they did not do. And the reason this is important, and this is not just about firearms, this is about any bill that you can think of. Mm-hmm. Let's just say that you bring a bill to the House that says that everyone is going to get 3 meals a day for the next 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And how many people do you think would support that? But and I think it would be most people, if you bring a bill that said everyone will get 3 meals a day for the next 10 years, but it'll cost you $150 a day, that's you having an entirely different conversation at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And so while I understand the frustration that the government and the public might have about dealing with violent crime, we need to have a real conversation which includes money. Because when you say you're going to put provisions in place, the next question in my mind is, okay, how are we going to pay for the things that you think, and what benefit are we going to get for what we pay? Well, the only one that I think came the closest, which I still ultimately was disappointed in his position, was Wayne Panton, when he hinted in his address to the House, and that, there are other issues at stake here, and if we don't address those other issues, then what we're doing here today isn't going to mean much.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that's true, because you see, we're not going to police our way out of violent crime. What we're going to do is we're either going to have proper programs and policies about the elements that affect family life and how broken homes affect children, and whether we raise children in a way that they understand the difference between right and wrong and either want to do what is right or don't care about what is right. Those are the things that are going to dictate what we have to deal with. And so just saying that, okay, we're going to put you in prison for 35 years, that's not going to address the issue. Yes, it'll penalize that particular individual. But if you're not addressing what's causing the lawlessness, the waste of money, the petty politics that cause some people to be ostracized in the work environment and other ways for political reasons, those things are very damaging and destructive to society. And so the point I'm trying to make is that having a conversation about what we're going to do without what it's going to cost us isn't very useful. And this is particularly relevant to the topic you're talking about, which is, what is this going to cost us to take this action? See, somebody should get up and say, well, we want to cancel the deal with the REGEN deal. And here's what it's going to cost us if we do that. Somebody needs to say that. Because whether people support or oppose something is going to be affected by how much that policy is going to reach into their pocket.
Of course. And to consider the point, which I think has been sufficiently made this morning, that we are going to cancel something that we have spent an enormous amount of money, time, resources, energy, everything on already. Keep in mind, 30 years in, we have not even gotten an EIA for the East-West Arterial. But we were able to complete that. Well, not we, the DART organization, DART conglomerate, were able to complete that EIA in the space of 2 years for this REGEN project. All of that now is for what reason?
Well, we need some transparency around this so that we can have proper answers, correct answers to these questions.
Yeah.
Take care.
Thank you so much, Denny. Appreciate it. I mean, for sure, this is shocking to me that we can find ourselves here and not have the kind of answers. We can have people playing politics with this situation. Somebody said, don't forget that they're spending the public's money, right? So I'm going to challenge Chris Saunders. He sent out this message the other day. I'm going to challenge him to ask for this report from the people he knows actually have the report and should be able to do something about it. Why are you asking Wayne Panton for the report? Wayne Panton is no longer premier of this country. He's not even a cabinet member. Cabinet, the premier's office, still has that report. So ask for the report from Juliana O'Connor Conley. Now, I know she can't release the report because it has not been provided in the public domain. It was not given. Listen, the Auditor General makes a lot of reports available to the public. They did not do that here, right? There's some things that are for cabinet only, as I suppose guidance. So she can't release it, but if we want to challenge her to release it or challenge someone to release it, she should be the one, not Wayne Panton. Again, Chris Saunders is saying that because he's playing politics. He knows that Wayne Panton doesn't even have it. But even if he had it, he's not in a position to report it, to release it. Why not ask the person who would be in the best position to release it and definitely would have it in her office, which is the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Conley. Ask her to release it. Chris Saunders, be honest with the people of the Cayman Islands. You're talking about this is going to cost us $2 billion. Why didn't you tell the people that is over a 25-year period of time? What that works out to be is roughly $40 million per annum when you deduct DEH operational costs, which you're going to have to pay as a government anyway, regardless of whether you have this facility or not. Why not just give people accurate and complete information? Because when you're peddling in just bits and pieces and sound bites, how are we going to trust that this is the complete picture here? We can't. And as we can see in this case, he's conveniently given us sound bites that make no logical sense, that are completely, it paints a very different picture. And so what is the point of painting this different picture? Except to convince people that when the government cancels it, it's in their best interest, which is not the case. El Rey says, so will DART sue because of the breach of contract, and how much will that cost? We don't know. I think this is the point that I was saying. I'm speculating here. The DART organization was taken aback by this public announcement, because that's not what they were told by the government, that a lawsuit could very well be on the table. And the cost of that, only God knows. Breach of contracts, I don't know what it's going to cost. No clue. The bargaining chip that the government had, which was the property that the existing landfill is on, they already agreed to give DART that, irrespective of what happens with the facility. So ask yourselves now, going in to this, what bargaining chips do they have to offer anybody else? It's mind-blowing, to be quite frank and honest. Anyway, folks, lots of food for thought. Don't be so quick to accept political rhetoric and nonsense. Take the time to try to understand what is actually happening in your country and ask questions. And like I said, I spent sufficient time of the weekend speaking to numerous people, digging in documents. I got a little bit of chocolate on my paper. But hey, I was taking notes. I was doing research. I was looking at the KPMG report. I was downloading stuff. I was doing the most to be able to come before you all today and make a full explanation of what this is. There's a 271-page final terms of reference document here from 2021, October 2021, that was done by Wood Environment and Infrastructure Solutions UK. And this is in relation to the, this is a report for the waste management system. They had the subcommittee of the National Conservation Council. This would have been submitted to them. Major contributors to this was DECO, which is the DART conglomerate for the REGEN project, Department of Environmental Health, GHD, Major Projects Office, the Ministry of Health, Environment, Culture, and Housing. It's like all of this. You know what it takes to put together this type of a document? I mean, not for nothing, folks, but this isn't child's play here. I'll show you guys just a look at it. And I'm happy to share any of these documents with you if you want them for your review purposes. Every single one of you who claim that you want to represent the people of the Cayman Islands as an MP, this is what you have to be committed to. You got to be committed to reading these documents. And I don't care how much this might bore you, but if you can't read these types of documents and understand, what they are and how they operate and all these things, you can't have an informed decision on this type of a project unless you are willing to commit to reading a 271-page document with a view to understanding what it says. Okay? You see what it says here? These terms of reference have been prepared collaboratively with the Cayman Islands government, DECO Consortium and its respective consultants, and relate to the proposed development of an integrated solid waste management system for the Cayman Islands. All right, multi-facility development, including energy recovery facility and supporting non-ERF waste processing, treatment, and disposal. Construction and operation of the ISWMS would also allow the existing landfill in Georgetown, Cayman Brac, and Little Cayman to be closed and remediated. Okay? So everything is in here. All of these documents that they're talking about. There's an EIA scoping opinion. There's another one by the Environmental Assessment Board, draft terms of reference, revised draft terms of reference, EAB comments on the revised draft terms of reference, etc. A lot of work went into this. And to think that they give no regard. Each year, approximately 115,000 tons of solid waste is produced in the Cayman Islands. That's already gone up since this report, I can tell you that much. This report is now 3-4 years out. October coming up on 3 years. So don't make comments. And I'm going to challenge people because I know you guys have expressed your interests in running for political office. So that's why I call you by name, Hunter and other people. Well, Mario can express his opinion because he's not eligible for political office. That's fine. Not trying to get him riled up in any way. I'm just saying he's a little bit different because he's in the, he's in the whole, I guess he says his talk show. I don't really know. But, he's different. He's not saying he's running for political office. So even his opinion, I look at differently. But when you are someone who wants to be an elected official, you have a responsibility already because you're trying to get people to trust you as someone who is knowledgeable and who can converse on these types of things. And what I'm saying to you is you need to be responsible with your comments, even on social media that you're making. Right? Look at the breakdown of all of the different types of material, from tires to marine batteries and auto batteries, household batteries, vegetable oil, medical waste, electronic waste, all of this stuff. Right now, it gets dumped asbestos, confiscated illegal drugs, pharmaceuticals. Right now, there's no policy for a lot of this stuff. It just gets all dumped in the same place. They're going to have an energy recovery facility, materials recycling facility, landfill gas facility, residual waste landfill. Who are they going to have to build this type of facility? And you don't think now that other private organizations who might be interested in this project are going to go, after what they just did with the DART Deco group, we must bid on this? What happens in another 3 years after we bid and they come back and cancel it because Julie wants to build, I don't know, a Skip to Maloo, my darling park for another $75 million. And she's not going to have the money for it. Then we would have wasted all of this time and resources and to recover this. Now we got to sue the Cayman Islands government. Nobody really likes lawsuits, they're messy. And they do cost a lot of money. So the way in which they choose to deal with these things, the unprofessional manner in which they choose to deal with these things, impacts future projects as well. Trust me. I have seen things come out for bid. I'll just give you an example. Where people will say to me, oh, Sandy, this is a media thing, blah, 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 blah. Why don't you put in a bid for it? And I look at the documentation, I look at what's required, and I say I'm not wasting my time. Because that's exactly what it is. A complete wasting of my time. I'm not looking for any headaches having to work with and deal with the Cayman Islands government when you go through this whole procurement process and putting stuff out to bid and blah, 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 and then have them turn around and act in the most unprofessional manner. So you turn off future relationships and people who might want to bid on projects, you turn them off because of the way in which you handle current situations. And I agree with Johan, says we need full transparency. That is the key to the principles of good governance, which I'm going to suggest that we have very little of happening in this country. And ultimately, folks, we have got to hold our elected officials responsible. They know how to shake off their responsibility when they're ready. Oh, that ain't got nothing to do with me. And it's a civil service, this and that. Listen, there's a good deal that has to do with the civil service. I'm not saying that that's an inaccurate statement. But the things that are directly related to our members of parliament that they are responsible for, the decisions they make and the reasons why they make decisions is rampant with dishonesty, duplicity, and just in some instances, in my opinion, straight up thievery. And they're doing it for all the wrong reasons. Everybody out there trying to get their pockets lined, which, as one smart person said yesterday, in theory, there's not a problem with that. That's commercialism. That's the world of doing business. But how you choose to do it matters. You can't have your pockets lined with dishonesty or stealing from the people of this country or doing it the wrong way. Do it the right way. Set up your businesses, run a business on the up and up. Honestly, follow the rules of this country. And if you make a profit and you become a gazillionaire, I could care less. But you don't get to do it the wrong way. You don't get to have backdoor deals because, oh, this MP is your friend and you're going to give a donation to them and all this kind of stuff. That's not how it should be working. That's not how the context in which we should be operating. All right, folks. El Rey says, so the plan is to cancel the REGEN project so they can get approval for the BRAC project. Some serious misplaced priorities here. Well, I'm suggesting to you, they haven't said that, but I'm suggesting to you the reason why they're so concerned about running afoul of the FFR in 2026 is because of the overspending they're doing now, which includes the BRAC school and the $150 million for other capital projects that they borrowed. Now, listen, folks, we have not even gotten into the port yet, because that's coming next. We got to find money to do the port. So let me share this bit of information with all of you. That department has provided information. Let me just see now where they sent this document. That there's going to be a cargo port development project that is coming online. They have now opened up the discussion on this. We'll spend some time, my apologies, discussing this tomorrow. And there are two meetings that are coming up. One is this Wednesday from 6:30 p.m. until 9 p.m. at the Vault, which is in the Compass Center in Shedden Road. And the other one is going to be Thursday, August the 1st, at the Church of God Chapel there on Shamrock Road in Bodden Town. And so these public meetings are to start to engage the public. Oh my gosh, I need to get something from my throat. These are designed to engage the public now in what will be another potential capital project as it relates to port redevelopment. Pay attention, folks. There's a lot going on. So we're going to publicize these meetings, and I suggest that you attend and that you hear, what they have to say, and you learn and understand exactly what this port project is all about and what is going on in relation to it. So on tomorrow's show, we're going to spend some time going through this as well. So there's the details of the two meetings that they're going to be, two public meetings that they're going to be having on this. So please, it is your responsibility of citizens of this country now. You have a responsibility. We all have a role to play in this community if we want it to be the best possible place in the world. Your responsibility, folks, is to be informed. Don't just jump on social media and engage in conversations when you only know 20% of the story. Be as informed as possible, okay? It's extremely important that you know what is going on in your country, in your community, what the government is doing. That's the only way that you can ever hope to hold them responsible for anything in any event. You got to keep on top of things. I'm here to do my job. And my job is as best as I can to give you as much information as possible about what is happening, what consultations are taking place, what meetings are happening, about things that you need to know. And I get it. I know you guys are busy. You've got your lives, you got children, and and husbands and wives and some of y'all out in the streets making a mess of your life. You're busy with all the wrong things. And so I get it that a lot of times, and beyond that, it is just hard to keep up with a lot of different things, right? Somebody asked me this weekend, oh my gosh, how do you keep up? It is a full-time job and then some, I'm going to be honest with you, but I do my best to make sure that you guys have as much information as you possibly can, right? So I thank anybody who sends me research elements and whatever. Thank you so much, because it does make my job easier when I've got source documents and things that I can point to. I haven't even had a chance to listen to Kathy's full response and report on this, but I'm committed to doing as much as I can. You know, my days are spent. I see Symphony is talking about the Olympics. I not even got time to watch the Olympics or pay attention to what they're going on with. I heard there was some controversy. I need to get up to speed, so maybe we can talk about that tomorrow. But I don't have a whole lot of time for TV and all that other kind of stuff, because I'm trying to be like, okay, what do we got going on in this country this week? What's important to the people? What discussions do we need to have? Why can't we move the needle on protecting our children and, you know, doing more for families, and government housing still can't get completed all now? Listen, I'm not an elected official. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. But some days I kind of feel like I am, because I'm in the trenches. But I'm in the trenches for a different reason. I'm in there for you guys, and it's not that you're paying me to be in there. The good Lord has blessed me, honey child. I don't have to worry about my finances. I don't have to be out here hustling, trying to take money from you all and promising you total bullshit that I'm not going to be delivering on, right? He has made me independent, financially independent of people. And trust me when I tell you, I'm so happy about that. I couldn't be happier, because it really gives me the freedom to be able to speak the truth. You know what I'm saying? And there's no, you know, as much as they try to discredit me, like, oh, well, you know, Dart must have her, giving her money. Dart, this one, doesn't Dart sponsor her? They come with all this ridiculousness. I'm like, Lord Jesus, y'all need the good Lord. You know, I laugh at Julie when she's like, oh, don't spend no money with her. And I'm like, that got hurt me. How? You know what I'm saying? They don't even know how I make my money. They don't even know what I do. They'll be all right. But I've been placed in in my opinion, a very envious position where I don't have to rely on these people and their money. You know, they come to me with all sorts of promises. Oh, Sandy, if you support this political group, we can give you this, that, and I don't need it. I'm like, no, thanks. I'm good. They're like, where's Sandy getting money from? Don't worry about it. It's honest. I work hard. I have my customers. I'm perfectly happy. I don't need no handouts. I don't need no backdoor deals. I don't need nothing like that. When they're like, oh, you know, we got to do some advertising with you because we got this project coming on. Honey child, that little advertising you want to do, nothing. That not feed nobody around, yeah? That might pay the CUC bill, but, you know, it can get paid regardless. It's all right. That's the difference. That's the difference between me and the elected officials. I'm doing a lot of the same work, y'all calling me, asking for food cards and this and that, and where I can help you. If there's a genuine need, I'm there for you. I'm explaining, I'm in the trenches with you, but nobody gets to control me. Y'all complaining to Wayne Panton. Wayne, why you made Sandy talking about Kathy for Wayne don't control me. Wayne doesn't know what my show is going to be about. I don't message him. Oh, Wayne, tomorrow I'm going to be talking about Kathy and this REGEN project. What do you think? He not got nothing to do with that. When he wants to come on the program, if I want to invite him on the program, I say, hey, Wayne, what you doing this week? We got a slot open on Wednesday. The people would love to hear your take on the REGEN project, especially since you were the last minister before this UPM government to work on it. Why don't you come and tell us? He's going to come on tomorrow's show. That's a different situation. I don't need his authorization. He's not my daddy or anybody else. I don't need his authorization to talk about a subject. So y'all wasting your time when you be calling people like poor Wayne Panton. And he's like, what were you talking about? He don't even know. He's busy in Parliament. Y'all trying to blame the man for stuff that has nothing to do with him. If you have an issue with something that I'm saying, I'm talking about, please, by all means, you have my number. simply call me. I give you 2 numbers that you can reach me on. You can call the 936-2626 number. That's the show number. But normally, I gotta be honest with you, outside of the show, I don't move that phone from the board, so I don't tend to answer that one. So, if you call outside the show, you mightn't get me. My personal number, 324-1612. You got a problem, call me upon my phone. And don't call from no block number, because some of y'all won't call from block number, like thinking, oh, I can curse out Sandy and hang up the phone. No. We got to do it like an adult. If you got something to say to me about something I've said, you call me, you WhatsApp me, you say it, and then I may respond, depending on how I'm feeling that day. I will respond to you accordingly. You see, I can defend my position because I try to do my little research and my homework. Y'all can't defend lies. That's the difference. Y'all can't defend your duplicitousness and your bullshit. But I don't have any problems with y'all calling me. Okay? Don't call my mama. Don't call Wayne Panton. Don't call my husband, because he don't have no clue what's going on. He got no business with what y'all doing. Half the time he's like, this person telling me you said something this morning show. Do they know that I don't listen to the show? I'm like, no, honey child. They don't believe me when I tell them Marlon don't listen to no show. He don't read CMR. He don't look at that CMR. Just call me. I promise you might get cuss out, but I don't really bite. Depending on how you approach me, you might get a cussing out. Yes, that is true. But we can have an open conversation and an open dialogue. I'm open to it. All right, we went into a little bit of overtime today. I'm very, very cognizant of that. Next week, there is no show. Listen carefully now. I'm taking my vacation next week. This is family vacation time. And I'm going to spend it. My daughter's celebrating her birthday. She's going to be 8 years old, and she is so excited. We're traveling to the States, and we're going to have a good little time. She's going somewhere new that she's not been before. We're going to do all sorts of wonderful experiences for her vacation. So next week, ease up on the messaging. I'm going to not have my phone on me as often because I want to spend quality time with the family. We got other family members that we'll be meeting up with and stuff like that. And I'm just going to be taking it easy. The only other time I'll take a complete vacation, as complete as I can take, will be in October. That's couples vacation. That's when Marlon and I do our little trip, and we're going to just relax as a couple and enjoy yourselves. All right. So after next week, I'll be back again in the saddle. So up until Friday, you'll get a little bit of overtime. Thank you so much. Symphony says, imagine if Sandra was our government. Lord Jesus, no. Dee Dee says, thank you, Sandy. We appreciate all of your hard work and for the information that you provide to the people. Thank you, Dee Dee. I really appreciate that. Here, your hand, Don Marlon is your daddy. Mm-hmm. Joan says, tell them, Sandra, tell them. Dina, good morning to you, my darling. Says you might get cussed out. Laughing out loud. Love it. Well, I'm only being honest. You might get cussed out. Like I said, it depends on your attitude and how you approach me. Trust me, because y'all know already, my mouth not join no church. Now, if you're looking for that, you come to the wrong place. Some days I behave myself, and some days I don't when it comes to my potty mouth. And it is what it is. But, some people find it so funny because when they meet me in person, they're like, but Sandy, you're like such a calm, respectful person. What is this other side that we sometimes see on the show? I said, honey, I got to be in the right mood now to be cussing y'all out, and sometimes we do go there for sure. But 90% of the time, I'm actually a very chill person. Y'all do me ruffling my feathers as much as y'all think. I'd be like, ugh. I read the comments and I laugh. Like this one this morning about, oh, Sandy, don't like Jamaicans and duck face. You think you can insult me by talking about my appearance? Honey, chat. Let me back up a little bit. Look at the lusciousness. I'm actually wearing a dress today. You know how many people? Hello, I'm a married woman, but I'm just saying, my dance card back in the day could be full every day of the week, honey, chill. Enough people, including yardies, won't be talking to me. But, that's frivolous stuff. I don't pay y'all no mind with that kind of foolishness. But that just shows your mentality and where you have to go. We're having a discussion about people fighting in our streets and beating up on men. And you gone with Oh, she don't like Jamaicans because none of them interested in her. Are you serious? Okay, you got 3 million Jamaicans. And I can tell you that let's put a conservative number on it. Let's eliminate 1 million. That probably just, whatever. That still leaves another 2 million that would probably be very interested. Honey child, we got all the assets that y'all men love around here. The pretty brown skin, blemish-free, intelligence. Well, some of y'all don't like intelligent women, so I might have to knock off some off of that number. Y'all want people that you think you can abuse and take advantage of. Financially independent. Yes, mommy can buy anything she wants. She don't need no man to pay her bills. She pays her own mortgage. She's investing in properties and all kinds of stuff. Ooh, enough y'all Jamaicans would be trying to ride this gravy machine, honey chill. But we looking sensible people around here too. So that doesn't insult me. That's stupid. When I talk about it, like the big bonking, yeah, Johan. Actually, my bonking are really that big, but it got enough. The full cleavage, all natural. Y'all talking about the duck lips, but y'all want these duck lips to be doing plenty for you. My point is this. None of that frivolous stuff insults me. I laugh about it and I have a good time with it. Some places I can't even walk outdoors without Jamaican men looking at me and ogling at me and all kinds of stuff. They're not the only ones, honey child. My first husband was a white American. Bless his little heart with his blue eyes and everything, of German descent. Lots of people would find this cookie jar very, very attractive to put their hands in. But what does that have to do with running the country? What does that have to do with trying to give people a voice and representing the good people of this country, honey child? That I got nothing to do with nothing. That's your personal life. I'm really not that concerned about your personal life unless you're an MP and your personal life is flowing into the business that you're trying to do. That's the only time I get involved in these MPs, in their personal lives. My problem is they out there doing all this side action, side behavior, and the people are suffering as a result of it. That's why I get into their business. I'm not getting into it just because I want you to know that Alden might have a child in this country and this Costa Rican girl taking a picture of this next MP's PP and all kind of stuff. I'm saying to you that these are the people that we have elected to represent us. Not only do they not represent us, but one of the reasons why they can't represent us is that they're out there doing too much foolishness on the side. That's my point. That's why we have to sometimes go down that road. That they're too busy screwing each other physically, literally, in order for them to focus on the business of the people. When I tell you, there's certain female MPs that they control, and you're thinking, well, you need to explain this. How can they control her? Why doesn't she have a mind of her own? It's because they have a personal sexual relationship that has been going on for years. And as we know, unfortunately, especially with women, once you start having sex with a man, you get up in your feelings. And he's able to manipulate and control you in a way that other people are not. And when you've done that with multiple of your coworkers, that's why we have those conversations about those individuals. I'm not here to castigate women. Oh, yeah, she a whore and everybody's taking a turn on that bicycle. That might be true. But ordinarily, that would not be my business and I wouldn't care. I care about it because those same MPs then use and abuse her, and one of them was actual premier of this country, use and abuse her to support their initiatives, which oftentimes works against the people of this country. That's why sometimes we are forced to go down that path, because I need to explain to you all. She's jumping up, proposing all these changes to Smith Barkadir, and you're like, why would you mess with Smith Barkadir? It is because Alden told her to do it. Because Kurt Tibbetts told her to do it. Everybody trying to throw this poor woman under the bus. And she cannot think independently because she's in love with the former premier of this country. And that's a problem. The man has a wife and children. And you're just another side piece to him. He don't care about you like that. He's using you. and making you buy gifts for his other women on your credit card so his wife don't see the charges. I mean, how much will you allow yourself to be used by these men? They have no scruples, none whatsoever. They can't even be satisfied with just one side piece and behave themselves. That's the problem, right? And if you don't think that we become a bit of a laughing stock, how can you be a minister of government and sending people dick pics? I mean, not for nothing, but the same Spanish woman you sending dick pics to got to turn around and send that out to your opponents during a general election. And the people running against you, sir, in Georgetown, laughing at the size of your pee-pee, talking about your pee-pee so small. You guys make decisions. And yes, you got a wife too, beautiful wife. You guys make people look at you and laugh. You're a laughing stock based on your behavior. You don't know how to run a country, and even your personal lives are a hot mess. It's just too much. And during election time, because she wants the boob job that you wouldn't pay for, all of a sudden, she's like, oh yeah, I can send out this picture of your pee-pee. Now, sir, to be fair, I don't know what your penis looks like. I've never seen it, and I hope to God I never do, because it wasn't anything impressive. Regardless, here's the thing. It's disruptive to the country. Okay? I do feel sorry for your family, because if your wife ever saw it, well, she should be able to identify it. She'll be able to identify the tile in your bathroom to see if those are your toes, your hands, and your tile in your bathroom. It's an embarrassment. It really, really is. And while you guys are, as elected officials, hanging out at South Coast Bar, hanging out at where's the next one they like to hang out at? South Coast is a favorite spot. What's that one there in Georgetown? Anyway, you guys know where you love to hang out. Country and Western at one point. It was Chelsea's down West Bay Road at another point. While you're hanging out doing all this kind of stuff and getting distracted by the limelight of fake breastises and all this kind of stuff, if you would just spend some of that energy into trying to represent the people that elected you. Save up your time. You know, some of y'all need to become, boxers and some athletes do this, where they, when they're competing, they become, what's the word for it now? Celibate. Some of y'all should practice a little bit of celibacy, because that's draining your brains, literally. Focus on that stuff. Focus on what you should be doing for the people. You can't read a 217-page document because you're too busy screwing everybody coming off of the Honduras flight. That's the problem. You see? You don't have the energy to really do your job. Y'all going to Jamaica and making a spectacle of yourself, then people in Jamaica laughing at you because you run into Jamaica for all your porn parties and stuff. You don't think they know? You don't think I hear all the stories about all the boats that you take out past the little 12-mile radius with all these swinging parties and all this kind of foolishness? I hear all the stories. And I honestly don't want to even have, it's a good chuckling moment, yes, but I would rather stay focused on the things that really, really matter. I'm just saying, we got a lot of things around here that we need to be getting done. It's no wonder you can't get nothing done. You're busy screwing your driver, taking trips so the two of you can get away and hide out halfway around the world. Your Christian self told me you love the Lord and you up in church. You might love the Lord and you might be up in church, but you're still out there fornicating with somebody else's husband. That's adulterous behavior. And last time I checked, the Bible said don't do it. It takes a lot of energy to be hiding these relationships and be trying to pretend. Anyway, Liana says, Cayman makes that better than Olympics. Trust me. Your hand is so salty. He says, I will always be the bigger man, Anonymous. These fancy words drain people's synergy. Lord have mercy. Listen to me. It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And Ricky laughing at Johan's comment. Trust me, he's crazy. All right. Garrett says 3 million only includes the ones in Jamaica. There are more overseas. Child, we're not paying them no mind. Liana says, preach, mama. Gabby says, Sandy, they're too busy being fake Christians. They need to just let their freaky demons take the wheel, laughing out loud. Well, I mean, the freakiness don't stop just because they're so-called Christians now, you know. What I'm saying is, you know, the energy that they're spending and wasting on pretending to be something that they're not could be used on something more productive. You, Jonathan, in the house. Morning, Jonathan. He said, time long past to drain the whole swamp. And I think that, yeah, we need to do a lot of it. So election time is coming up. This person on WhatsApp says, swinging by the neck soon. Love that D. Trust me. This person says, tell them, Sandy, laughing out loud, weak people / men can't handle strong, truthful women like you. Go there, Sandy. Go there, TD. Cleanse your soul before you go on urgent vacation. I wish you a happy, what is that word? Cacao? And a happy birthday to Gigi. Sandy, you gonna make me pee up. Tell them out. Love you, my darling. Don't pee up now, honey child. That's a hot mess. Let me see here now. Okay. All right. All right. Anyway, honey child. What a hot mess. This one says, bop, bop. Promises are comfort for a fool. So tell government to F off. Same shit, different story, different election. Nobody but God control you. Kaboom. Behave yourself. OMG. Not to mention the good Cayman status. Oh, I forgot. Yes, thank you, honey child. That's another asset that some people be looking for. Yes, sir. The Jamaicans definitely be looking for that, honey child. Some of them. Once they hear you Caymanian, that's all they want. They don't care what you look like. Proof is in the pudding. Y'all have seen some of what they picking up. These extra fluffy Caymanians that have nothing to offer but status. Oh, Lord Jesus, I'm encouraging y'all to stop selling your status down the river. Anyway, honey child, big shout out to the Jamaican crew. Y'all know enough love. Where's Nikki? Nikki Forever Traveling, child. That's one of my Jamaican posse. We had the Jamaican crew over on Saturday playing Lude, because you know my husband loves Lude. Child, he got his own Lude board, and he'd play Lude every night if he had time. But anyway, he invited his Jamaican posse over, and they were having a good little time. So big shout out to all the Jamaican crew. Yes, I had nothing but Jamaicans up in my house on Saturday night. Enough love, some really good people, trust me. So big shout out. I'm not calling any names. Y'all don't need to know who my Jamaican friends are. That's none of your business. But you know, good people. So Johan says fluffy girls for life. Lord Jesus. What is it? Immigration should have raided your mansion. Mess with you. I wish I had a mansion. Actually, no, I don't. That's more cleaning to do. Never mind. More cleaning and a higher CUC bill. Don't worry, Johan. They're all legal, good, upstanding people. So there's no need for raid. Ay. All right, good folks. Tomorrow's show, I said Mr. Wayne Pampton should be popping in. Hopefully he'll be able to do that. We're going to talk a little bit about this thing with the Olympics. I need to get caught up on it. I don't got no time. Listen, I heard something was popping off. I said, you know, the people in Paris not got no sense anyway. I mean, are we going to really give them the time of day? But anyway, we'll talk about it because I know y'all been messaging me going on and on about it. So we'll have a quick discussion on that as well. And implore your MPs to stop lying. You know, they need to start telling the truth. That would be helpful. This person says, enjoy your vacation, stay safe. You can get 2X rated. Lord Jesus. I'm trying to behave myself. This woman says, more cushion for the push. Yes, sir. Yes, honey child. That was quite the broadcast. You covered a lot of ground. Thank you. You're welcome. What a hot mess. All right. Good morning. I'm just letting you know I'm here at the apartment. Okay. No problem, honey child. That's my other job. I got a couple jobs, Nina. So I told y'all I'm starting a new business soon. I'm going to give y'all some more information here shortly once I get my business license. And some of y'all I know will be needing my services. I haven't heard any updates on this, Robert. I just heard that he's asking about an update on the body. I only heard that they were out there looking for what somebody reported as a body that they saw. The police haven't said anything. Nobody said anything. So I don't know. Let me see what I can find out. Because somebody claimed they saw a body, but maybe they saw something else in the water. I don't know. El Rey says you're flinging a stone in the pig pen. Well, listen, all these people know, they know exactly who I'm talking about, you know. The one with the picture and the video and a small PP, he know exactly who he is. I just feel sorry for him because, you know, in the Caribbean, you better be working something else if it's small now. Let's be honest. You know, these women around, yeah. They're like, I don't want no small thing around me, Sandy. I just be looking at them like, Lord, I can't help y'all. Not my battle. But they know who they are. But they'll be all right. They'll be just fine. All right, folks. I got to go make some money because vacations are not cheap. I'm already buying tickets and stuff. I'm like, Lord Jesus, when did it get so expensive to go to, like, you know, these different little venues and stuff? Lord. And then, you know, you got to have a little spending money. You got to go Walmart and whatever. But this is not a shopping trip per se. This is a trip about, you know, the experience of it all. But, you know, you need to eat out and all this kind of stuff. So I'm working my budget. I'll tell you all about it later. All right. Good, folks. Good, goody. Goody, goody. All right. Goody, goody. Please be good. Try not to get yourselves in any trouble. And then we will have a discussion tomorrow. Like I said, we definitely need to get up to date on a few things that went on in Parliament that was said over the last couple of days. They're done already. They do like these sessions where it's like a week and then they do 50 things in the week. So it's easy to miss stuff if you're not really paying keen attention. So that's where we're going to augment it with our stories and our show specials and so on. All right. Be good, my beautiful people. Big shout out to all of you. Please have a fantastic day and we will see you tomorrow morning, God's willing.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels and visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.